Chapter 21. Again attempting to. Yu Hong reached out to warm himself for a while, suddenly feeling unbearably thirsty. So he got up and walked to the wooden barrel, preparing to scoop some water to drink. The water in the barrel was quite turbid, with a faint gray color, but it was much better than the stinking water. Yu Hong took a piece of charcoal used for drying, then cut a corner of his shirt with the axe blade, wrapped the charcoal inside, and placed it at the mouth of the wooden cup, just tight enough to hold it in place without falling through. With that, he had made the simplest and crudest charcoal filter cup. Picking up the barrel, he carefully and slowly poured the water over the cloth-covered charcoal. The water filtered in very, very slowly, then dripped drop by drop from below the cloth-wrapped charcoal into the cup. Yu Hong observed for a moment and found that the water that dripped down initially had some black charcoal sediment, but subsequently became cleaner, much cleaner than the water in the barrel. Though it was still turbid. Water must be drunk. It can't be scarce. I'll try and see if I can enhance a perfect one myself. If not, I'll get one from Stammering E's room. With the plan in mind, Yu Hong reached out and grasped the wooden cup. With a thought of enhancement. Suddenly, a new black number appeared on the side of the cup, 234. At the same time, the mechanical voice of the black mark echoed in his ears again. Enhance the filtering cup? Yes, he answered eagerly, full of anticipation. Whoosh, the number on the side of the cup instantly turned into a countdown. He relaxed a bit, sat down, felt the warmth emanating from the fireplace, and his heart calmed significantly. 2 hours wasn't too long, he just needed to sit and rest for a while. Sitting on the wooden stool, Yu Hong felt a constant stream of warm air radiating from the fireplace, brushing over him, passing through his clothes, making his body increasingly lazy. Even though it was a dangerous night outside, cold and damp, full of risks, this warmth somehow made him less energetic. Unknowingly, his eyelids began to droop.
No.
Can't sleep. He suddenly stood up, distancing himself from the fireplace. By now, the entire cave was filled with a faint smell of sweat. That was the peculiar scent from the blankets and his body being baked. When it was damp, it wasn't too noticeable, but now that it was dried, the smell quickly spread. Yu Hong rubbed his nose, knowing that the most appropriate action now was to open the door for ventilation. But unfortunately, it was nighttime, the most dangerous time outside. SSSS. A faint sound of crawling insects could already be heard coming from outside the door. Apparently, the blood ticks had started to appear. He didn't know where these insects came from. They were invisible during the day but crawled out at night. Moreover, they seemed to evaporate into thin air when exposed to light, which was clearly abnormal. But he didn't have time to think too much about it now. Standing up, he quietly waited by the fireplace. The flames in the fireplace flickered like red silk, swaying with the vibrations, unpredictably bright and dim. SSSS. Soon, through the ventilation hole on the right side of the door, a torrent of black insects surged in like leaking black sand. As soon as many black insects came in, they were exposed to the fireplace's flames and instantly evaporated into black smoke. And the fire only dimmed slightly for a moment before quickly returning to normal. Thankfully, the blood ticks didn't consume much fire. As long as I controlled the number that came in, these logs should last through the night. Yu Hong estimated the dry wood in the corner and felt a bit relieved. Standing by the fireplace, he waited for the black insect attack to end, ready to add more firewood at any time. Time elapsed little by little. The firewood also gradually dimmed. Yu Hong moved his hands quickly, casually tossing the dry wood he held into the fire. The dry wood quickly ignited, and the brightness returned to normal. This went on in cycles, with him adding wood almost every half hour. Otherwise, the firelight would quickly dim. This left him unable to divert his attention, and he had to keep an eye on the fireplace at all times. Boom! At that moment, the wooden door was suddenly struck, making a loud noise. Bam, 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 bam. Soon after, a series of hurried knocks began. The door seemed like a large drum, hammered repeatedly, causing vibrating tremors, the edges shedding stone debris frequently. But two recently reinforced support columns played a significant role. Amid the loud crashing sounds, the door kept shaking, slightly quivering, as though the entire cave was about to collapse. But under the support column's force, it steadfastly held, with the surrounding screws all intact. Yu Hong stood there, heart pounding, trying hard to control himself not to look at the main entrance, but rather focused on the fireplace, preventing the firelight from dimming. Time passed like this in an agonizing wait. He didn't know how much time had passed, as he had already lost his way to track time, his phone long since out of battery, automatically shut down. All he could do was keep watching the fire, waiting for dawn. Wait! Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Isn't the phone also an item? Can't it also be enhanced? His mind suddenly realized that the highest tech item around him was undoubtedly the phone. If he could use it to enhance, turning it into a computing processing intelligent control center. Maybe in the future, he could even build an absolutely intelligent safety shelter base for himself. Standing there, Yu Hong daydreamed as the loud banging finally ceased. It seemed that the big skin outside understood it couldn't do anything to the enhanced wooden door and finally gave up, scurrying away until there was no more movement. About 10 minutes of silence passed. Outside, apart from the usual blood ticks or black bugs, there was no other commotion. Everything returned to the initial stalemate state. Only, the reinforced wooden door had been struck for so long that the door panel was slightly bulging inward. Sigh. Yu Hong exhaled, feeling the night was halfway over. If he just held on a little longer, it should be fine. Boom! At that moment, an explosive noise sounded abruptly on the door. The door panel made a cracking sound, a crack appearing. Yu Hong's expression changed. He hurriedly grabbed a quilt and pressed it against the door. Bam, 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 bam. Another round of fresh pounding began. This time, the noise was noticeably louder and the force stronger than before. Either it's not the same big skin, or it has a berserk mode. Yu Hong pushed with all his might, a guess crossing his mind. The incessant boom echoed, numbing his eardrums, with his shoulder pressing firm against the wall, burning with pain, evidently rubbed raw. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, a half hour, 40 minutes, until it was almost reached an hour when the banging stopped. It didn't resume for quite some time. Only then did Yu Hong breathe a sigh of relief, release the quilt, and examine the door. The sturdy back of the door panel now bore more than a dozen bulges, with parallel cracks running throughout. Estimating that another half hour of pounding would have broken it completely. However, at this point, a faint light creased through the ventilation hole, letting Yu Hong know it wasn't that the big skin had given up, but that dawn had arrived outside. Slumping down on the floor, covered in sweat, both hungry and thirsty. Turning to the enhanced water-filtering cup, whose countdown had long since disappeared. In its place was a considerably refined black metal large cup. The cup featured a massive filtering device, akin to a balance weight connected to the lid. The lower cup body tube-like, similar to a beer mug, had a capacity of at least 500 milliliters, which was a typical bottle size for the mineral water and purified water Yu Hong usually drank. Picking up the enhanced filtering cup, Yu Hong swiftly lifted the wooden barrel, pouring some water into the cup. The rainwater filtered through, slowly and gradually dripping into the cup's bottom until it accumulated into a layer of relatively clear cold water. Yu Hong waited for a while, tilting the cup to pour out this layer of water. It's basically drinkable now but still needs to be boiled. The pot for boiling water was in the house in Baiqiu village. Yu Hong could only sip it symbolically to moisten his lips. Then he walked to the door, pulled open the panel, and looked outside. Peeking out the window, the light was getting increasingly bright, and sunlight shone down once more. Yu Hong checked the surroundings and, finding nothing amiss, removed the support pillar and unlocked the door. He stood at the entrance, inspecting the damage inside and out. The startling part was that the reinforced wooden door was almost breached, meaning just before dawn. Otherwise, if it were, Yu Hong silently reached out and laid his hand on the door. Repair. Yes, he responded confidently. Watching the countdown appear on the door, a shadow crossed his heart. It's still not enough. I still need to reinforce the door. If another big skin comes charging, this door won't hold. So, how to reinforce it? He stood by the door, resealing it, pondering carefully. Before long, he quickly grabbed an axe and dashed out. After a flurry of chopping wood, Yu Hong soon dragged 2 thick wooden planks over. Switching to a hammer, after a series of clangs, the 2 thick wooden planks were nailed to the back of the door. But the thick boards weren't nailed directly to the door. They were anchored to the stone walls on both sides, one on the top and one at the bottom, parallel to each other. This way, while somewhat cumbersome to enter and exit, the door was reinforced once again. Then Yu Hong repaired several more planks, lining them vertically against the door's back to thicken the door panel. After doing all this, he was worn out, slumping to a seat. He wiped his sweat with his sleeve and picked up the toolkit Stammering Yi gave him, leaving only 2 nails inside. The steel nails are almost gone. They need to be replenished. While mortise and tenon structure were handy, they needed to be planned from the start. Otherwise, later adjustments could only rely on miscellaneous items like steel nails. After pondering a moment, Yu Hong filtered another cup of water, sipping it down in small gulps. Picking up the enhanced pyroxene rod, he took a deep breath, scanning the entire cave. First, go to Stammering Yi's house to move things. Right before leaving, enhance something to save time. Thinking it over, he chose to enhance the newly reinforced door panel. Reaching out, he pressed his hand on the reinforcement panel at the back of the door, focusing his thoughts. Soon, the black marks query sounded again. Enhanced door reinforcement panel? Yes, Yu Hong responded effortlessly in his mind. Instantly, numbers appeared on the panel, turning into a countdown. 132. Still reasonable. Not too long. He sighed in relief. Then, grabbing the rod, tucking away the single piece of enhanced pyroxene, he opened the door. He resolutely jumped off the rocky platform, heading into the woods toward Baiqiu village. Chapter 22. Exchange. Fortunately, there were no unexpected events this time. Yu Hong smoothly moved out dried meat, dried mushrooms, and other supplies from the house, and also brought out some luminous stones that hadn't yet been marked. He finally grabbed the iron pot and other tools. Other than that, there wasn't anything useful left in the house. When he returned to the cave, it was over an hour later. He was out of breath as he placed the items properly, categorizing them neatly. The reinforcement of the main door was also just finished. After a blur of flickering, the reinforced boards perfectly fit into the back of the door, merging as one seamless piece. This caused the entire door to be at least half as thick again as before. The heavy door was clearly much more difficult to open and close than before, but it also made Yu Hong feel a stronger sense of security inside. After he finished these tasks, he closed the door and sat on a wooden stool inside the cave, beginning to boil water. While boiling water, he started writing and drawing on a newspaper with a charcoal pencil. The charcoal pencil was thick, making it difficult to write, but for his own health, he endured the discomfort and, after some thought, carefully wrote a line of words. Comprehensive Physical Training Method. Then, under this line, he used numbers to make a list of titles. 1. Jog for 15 minutes every day. 2. Do at least 30 push-ups every day, in sets of 10. 3. Do at least 30 sit-ups every day in sets of 10. Just these 3 lines, a simple content plan. Then, Yu Hong reached out his hand and placed it on the newspaper with the writing on it. A thought to reinforce it flashed through his mind. Instantly, the surface of the black mark rippled, releasing a black line that drilled into the newspaper. Insufficient completeness. A mechanical voice suddenly resonated in Yu Hong's ears. Oh! He froze, withdrew his hand, and stared at the newspaper, frowning slightly. This was an experiment he was conducting, casually writing some training methods, with the idea of guiding the direction from within to see if the black mark could enhance them into various strong and effective training methods. But looking at it now, insufficient completeness? What does that mean? What is missing? He picked up the newspaper and examined it carefully. The training methods are there, the frequency is set. Isn't that enough? Wait, I understand now. Suddenly, his expression became serious. He picked up the charcoal pencil and began adding more underneath. 4. Pay attention to supplementing protein, carbohydrates, and trace elements every day. 5. Practice 6 days a week. Rest 1 day. Ensure at least 10 hours of sleep every day. He tapped the carbon powder off the newspaper and nodded this time. Placing it down, he placed his hand on it and once again flashed the thought. Very quickly. Do you want to enhance the comprehensive physical training method? Finally, the inquiry from the black mark appeared. At the same time, the newspaper displayed the countdown time required for enhancement. 5 days, 12 hours, and 16 minutes. Yu Hong was overjoyed. Knowing his experiment had succeeded, according to the displayed time, it took a full 5 days. He didn't confirm it immediately but released his hand, canceling the enhancement. It was the peak period now. If he enhanced it now, the black mark would be temporarily unusable. He would do it once the peak period was over and there was more time. Since it's confirmed to be feasible, let's try again. Now, with renewed interest, Yu Hong flipped the newspaper over and wrote another title. Fighting Skill. Under this, he compiled basic fighting techniques he had vaguely seen online before. After pondering deeply, he struggled to put together a set, including attack and defense, dodging and pursuit. Once he had completed it comprehensively, he pressed expectantly on the newspaper. Enhance the fighting skill, direction, fantasy mythical cultivation style. At this moment, filled with desire for the future, having read many novels, he anxiously awaited the black mark's response. The surface of the black mark rippled. Then a thin black line trickled out, merging into the newspaper. Insufficient completeness. A response quickly echoed. Yu Hong's face was filled with anticipation, which halted. Although he had guessed that this situation was likely, seeing it for real left him a bit disappointed. He thought it over, then switched the page and placed his hand on the comprehensive physical training method again. Enhance the comprehensive physical training method. Direction, life evolution, sizzle. Once more, the black mark emitted a black line, flowing into the newspaper. The feedback quickly arrived again. Insufficient completeness. Yu Hong wasn't disheartened. He lifted his hand again and pressed on it once more. Enhance the comprehensive physical training method. Direction, human limit training method. Sizzle. The black line resurfaced, rushing from the black mark into the newspaper. This time, the black mark was silent for a long while. Finally, do you want to enhance to the human limit training method? It worked! Yu Hong let out a low cheer, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Then, he looked at the figures appearing on the newspaper. The smile on his face slowly vanished. It was replaced by disappointment and speechlessness. The numbers appeared on the newspaper, right in the middle of the so-called comprehensive physical training method. 678 days, 12 hours, and 06 minutes. Yu Hong was at a loss for words, standing up and pacing a few circles. He quickly sat back down. It seemed that I set my expectations too high. I should try to lower them a bit. He pressed his hand on the newspaper again. Enhance the comprehensive physical training method. Direction, advanced physical enhancement. This time, he didn't act recklessly. Since he already understood that the more difficult things required more time, he no longer reached for the heavens but rather set it to the lowest requirement. In his mind, He briefly considered leaning towards the direction of inner strength and martial arts. Indeed, this time the black mark inquiry appeared again. Do you want to enhance to advanced physical enhancement? The numbers also appeared on the newspaper. Compared to before, this time the numbers were much more reasonable. 9 hours and 16 minutes. Yes. This time, Yu Hong finally gave a definite answer. Asterisk, with this time frame, he could achieve it after a nap. He was eager to see what the difference between the enhanced content and a general training method would be. Asterisk. While he boiled water in the cave with anticipation, he ate some dried meat and sipped some hot water. Before he could go out to gather firewood, a shout came from outside.
Yu Hong.
Yu Hong, are you there? A somewhat familiar voice called out from afar. With the sound of footsteps crushing twigs, someone quickly approached the cave. Yu Hong's expression changed. He rushed to the door and peered out through the peephole. In the bright forest outside, a small figure in full camouflage quickly approached. The figure wore a steel helmet, brown mountain boots, camo tactical vest, goggles, and a black respiratory filter mask. With this gear, no one could recognize who she was. But Yu Hong judged from her voice that she was stammering Lin Yi. Is that you? He called out quickly. 172-6495-232. Stammering froze and immediately replied. It's you. Yu Hong opened the door cautiously, checked the surroundings, and went out to meet stammering The two quickly converged on the forest slope. You are okay. That's great. Stammering grabbed Yu Hong's hand. Her relief mixed with joy. I thought you weren't here. She gestured while pulling a letter from the outer pocket of her vest. I have to leave. The letter, you read it. She showed an evident mix of happiness and resignation on her face. Where are you going? Yu Hong asked, seeing her outfit and feeling a sense of foreboding. I was conscripted into the United Army, must immediately follow the main force to a distant place. Stammering struggled to explain, pointing to the letter. Everything explained in here, she said helplessly. You're fine, that's good. For a moment, Yu Hong didn't know what to say. In this environment, being conscripted was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. But now the die was cast. He quickly pulled out the letter and spread it open to read. The handwriting was much smoother than before. Clearly either someone else had written it for her or Stammering had practiced to become more familiar with it. The letter explained that as soon as she arrived in town, due to the enhanced pyroxene she held, she managed to defeat 3 consecutive shadows and her physique was strong, as well as her strength, so she caught the attention of the garrison forces. As for conscription, Stammering didn't have much resistance. At least in the army, there was food to eat and water to drink, without having to search all over by herself, alternating between hunger and fullness. She could have clean clothes, equipment, and lodging, which was much better than being alone in the village. The end of the letter also mentioned that the effect of the enhanced pyroxene had been noticed by the town's garrison team, and that they might come to trade with him later on. Although Stammering didn't know where the enhanced pyroxene came from, she discerned what those people were thinking. Be careful, Stammering earnestly warned. Yes, understood.
Yu Hong nodded.
Before sending the enhanced pyroxene with Stammering to the town, he was mentally prepared for this, but he hadn't thought it would happen so quickly. I'm leaving, time is up, Stammering said at last. She turned around and ran towards the distance. After running more than 10 meters, she suddenly turned around and looked at Yu Hong. You can write letters, post office? She shouted, pointing in the direction where the postal worker lived in the woods, the external communication method of Baiqiu village. Ever since the collapse of order, had always relied on the post office. The postal worker was the only channel for maintaining external contact. They received salaries and supplies from the state, trained their physical abilities daily, and their only duty was to connect various locations, allowing the higher-level unit to grasp multiple pieces of information and specialties in their district. Stammering letter also mentioned that postal workers shouldered the task of being a general store. He would take the specialties of the surrounding residents to distant settlements, sell them, and then buy necessary supplies for everyone, thereby earning the price difference. Additionally, there was a letter-writing service, where the postal worker could help deliver letters for a fee. However, it was limited to nearby bases and the price wasn't cheap. In the forest, Yu Hong watched as Stammering Yi went farther and farther away, gradually disappearing into the forest. He understood in his heart that meeting again this time was truly difficult. Standing at the cave entrance, he couldn't calm down for a long time. Stammering Yi was the person who guided him from the very beginning. Without her, he might have died at the start in the wilderness or from disease. May you have a safe journey. He silently said this in his heart as he turned and walked into the door, just about to close it. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps on leaves came from outside. The sound was very chaotic, but not hurried or sneaky, clearly indicating that the arrivals didn't intend to hide themselves. He turned back, quickly closing the door and peering out through the peephole. Outside the window, two camouflaged figures emerged from the forest. Both were over 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered and burly, each holding a slender metal staff, pushing aside the grass as they approached the cave. Chapter 23. Exchange 22. Both of them wore goggles and black masks, dressed just like Stammering Yi earlier. Soon, they reached the entrance of the cave, and the taller of the two stepped forward and knocked on the door. Yu Hong from Baiqiu village? That's me. What's up? Yu Hong, hiding beside the door, responded. He wasn't hiding behind the door but avoiding it, leaning against the stone wall. We heard you have better luminous stones for sale? The man asked without revealing his identity, simply proceeding with his questions. What better luminous stones? I don't know what you're talking about and… Who are you? Yu Hong asked in a deep voice. Stop beating around the bush. We've seen the 2 pieces that Lin Yi has, they're impressive. With your skill, you shouldn't stay here. You should come with us to the town where there are more luminous stones to fully display your talent and save more lives. The taller man advised earnestly. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zhao Zhenghong and he's Su Yang. We're both from the town coalition forces.
Coalition force.
Yu Hong felt a stirring inside. Sorry, I don't want to go to town. I feel safe staying here alone. However, I can sell enhanced pyroxene, but not now. I don't have enough for myself currently and don't have the time to make more. He declined. He indeed had considered using enhanced pyroxene to trade for supplies, but at present, he couldn't produce them in bulk. 1 piece took 3 days, which was a considerable waste of the Black Mark's resources. It's a peak period now, and there are many places needing luminous stones. If you go with us to town, with the majority of people protecting you, you can surely focus on making new large pyroxene stones, which is certainly more comfortable than worrying about everything on your own here. Zhao Zhenghong continued to persuade. No need, I'm used to living alone, and I wouldn't get used to the town. Thanks for your kind offer. Yu Hong refused again. If you want to buy, you'll have to wait until after the peak period. The other man behind Zhao Zhenghong quietly reached for the gun strapped to his thigh upon hearing this. But Zhao Zhenghong intercepted his hand. Mr. Yu Hong, according to the wartime emergency regulations established by the coalition forces 2 years ago after the appearance of the Black Disaster, Article 28, Clause 3. In the discovery of personnel or techniques greatly enhancing military power, compulsory recruitment is permitted, followed by compensation as needed. He paused. In reality, we could, without concern for your wishes, forcibly conscript you. But since we're all locals of Baishi town, I'm giving you a chance. You don't have to come, but the technique for making large pyroxene stones you should contribute, right? During these difficult times, every additional large pyroxene stone might save a life. Besides, sharing the technique doesn't prevent you from making it yourself. It doesn't hinder you from living reclusively here and contributes to the community, reducing a lot of trouble, doesn't it? Zhao Zhenghong's words were logical and well-reasoned. If it were someone else, they might have been persuaded. But unfortunately, Yu Hong's enhanced pyroxene wasn't based on a technique he mastered himself, but the Black Mark, and the power of the Black Mark couldn't be revealed. Sorry, I only accept trades, And as for the technique, you won't be able to grasp it, Yu Hong replied calmly. With the reinforced wooden door, he didn't feel the other party could get in, so he was quite resolute in his refusal. Outside the door, Zhao Zhenghong's eyes flickered. He didn't get angry but smiled instead. All right, in that case, we'll visit again another time. Mr. Yu Hong can reconsider. After all, living alone here is hard. It's not comparable to enjoying life in a bunker, without worrying about food and drink, and even having girls assigned to you. He patted his companion on the back, and the two of them turned and descended the stone steps at the cave entrance, walking away into the distance. Soon, they disappeared into the forest, leaving no trace. But in a spot invisible from the cave's window, another camouflaged figure was silently pressed against the rock wall, hiding to the right of the door. This figure was dressed identically to Zhao Zhenghong and his companion, holding a knife in one hand, back against the rock wall, standing upright like a gecko, immobile. In this position, as soon as the cave door opened, he could pounce inside and seize control of the person inside in an instant. At this moment, at the cave window, Yu Hong quietly moved his eyes away from the edge of the observation slit and let out a breath. He watched for a while and, confirming no one was around, relaxed slightly. The trading partners I'm looking for aren't like this. Enhanced pyroxene attracting unwanted guests was inevitable. But for Stammering E's safety, he didn't hide his stash or restrict its use. Moreover, since the fame of the enhanced pyroxene would spread, more people would certainly come looking to trade. After all, the previous kind of luminous stones were too cumbersome. They were extremely inconvenient to carry, just like when Stammering E had scattered shadows. She had to throw out the luminous stones handful by handful. Snapping back to reality, Yu Hong didn't leave the cave but stayed quietly inside, waiting. With enough food and drink now, and the water could at least last another day, he wasn't in a hurry to go out. If those two had any plans to return, that would be troubling. Leaning against the fireplace, feeling the warmth on its surface, Yu Hong for the first time felt that perhaps living steadily in a safe house like this wasn't such a bad thing. Grr. Suddenly, his stomach let out a gurgling sound. Yu Hong's expression changed, and his good mood vanished instantly. He quickly rushed to the corner, pulled out a small bucket, took off his pants and aimed. Splash. As soon as he aimed, a series of splashing sounds erupted. Yu Hong's face turned completely ashen. He had diarrhea. The twists and turns in his stomach told him that this bout of diarrhea wasn't simply due to the cold, but was very likely an intestinal infection. Soon, after wiping clean with leaves, Yu Hong hadn't been standing long before he felt his stomach churn again. He lifted the wooden lid of the bucket once more for another round of spray. This is trouble. Yu Hong, after rising, quickly rummaged through the clutter he had brought, soon finding a small black box. Opening the box, he found 2 dark blue capsules inside, with unknown purposes. But Yu Hong remembered these were cold medicines given to him by Dr. Su. They weren't anti-inflammatory drugs. All the anti-inflammatory medicine had been consumed. Later, when it ran short, Stammering E had used quite a few good items to exchange with Dr. Su. But it still wasn't enough, and Dr. Su had made a loss in the exchange out of goodwill. After taking the medicine, his body gradually recovered. It's no good. I have to think of something. Yu Hong closed the lid of the bucket, but by now, the odor had already spread throughout the cave. He had to open the observation window to allow air exchange with the outside. I need medicine. Either intestinal anti-inflammatory or anti-diarrheal would do. Yu Hong thought anxiously, suspecting that drinking unboiled rainwater was what caused his diarrhea. Strangely enough, the water previously drunk, all filtered with Stammering E's dirty filter, hadn't gotten him sick. But the rainwater, it seemed odorless, yet drinking it upset his stomach. Yu Hong clutched his stomach, glancing at the newspaper with its integrated training method, still counting down. Only a bit over 2 hours had passed since it began. There was a long way to go before it finished. He looked outside at the sky, gritted his teeth and stuffed a few boards on his chest and belly, then grabbed his steel-nailed pyroxene bar and headed to the door. He had to make a trip to the other villagers' places in Baicho village to see if the post office there had any medicine. If he waited until tomorrow, too much diarrhea would surely leave him weak and exhausted, worsening his condition. Also, he had to find a way to replenish his medical supply. Once back, he might try using the black mark to enhance it. His hand gripped the doorknob, twisting it forcefully. Click. The door lock turned with a noise, but Yu Hong stood still, quietly waiting. He even held his breath, listening keenly to any movements outside. Whoosh! Suddenly, he pushed the door open. Then, with a swift bang, he slammed it shut like a flash. With a crisp splash, just as the door closed, a shadow passed by from outside the door, falling heavily down the stone steps, crashing into the grass. Damn! The person cursed, getting up while shouting several unknown dialect phrases. Discovering the silence inside the cave, the person looked at the time outside, snorted coldly, and turned to leave quickly. Behind the door, Yu Hong took a breath, cold sweat slightly seeping, but his expression relaxed, still standing motionless behind the door. After waiting for another 10 minutes in this manner, he repeated the same probing action a few more times. Only after confirming there were no more disturbances outside did he slowly open the door. The light outside was bright and cheerful. It was midday, the time when the sun was at its best. There are at least 5 hours until dusk, and it's a little over a mile to the post office, plenty of time for a round trip. I can also ask nearby villagers if there's anything to trade. If the post office has no medicine, maybe someone else has it. As for what to trade, Yu Hong brought his water filter cup. The filter cup, enhanced by his doing, was made well and had much better filtering efficiency than regular devices, so it should be well received if he takes it for trade. And this tool was something he created himself. The wooden cup didn't even have a handle. It was simple to make, as all it needed was a piece of wood to carve out a round indent. The filtering material just required a piece of cloth and a bit of charcoal, with very low costs and short enhancement time. Could be used as his unique trading item. With the filter cup, armed with his baton, carrying a few pieces of jerky, and a water-filled satchel. Leaving the cave, Yu Hong followed the direction Stammering Yi gave, running to the post office. Having made the trip many times, the ground had long been worn down into a path. The grass on the path had also been cleared, growing shorter than elsewhere. Additionally, Stammering Yi had made deliberate marks on the trees to prevent getting lost. So, with a light jog, Yu Hong navigated the way without straying off course. About half an hour later, he finally arrived at Baicho village's so-called post office, a square white stone building. A fence enclosed the house outside, and a sign hung on the wooden door of the fence, reading, "Ring before visiting." Yu Hong glanced at the stone house and walked up to the sign, but saw the bell had fallen to the ground. He picked it up, a small copper bell the size of an egg, and gently shook it. Ding, dong. The bell sounded. He continuously shook it, the bell ringing non-stop, echoing in the woods, spreading out in waves. But no birds or insects were heard, only the rustling of the wind blowing through leaves and branches, as if in response. It rang for several minutes. No noise came from the stone house, as if no one was home. Stop ringing. The postman went to the town's bunker, and there's no one here. A cautious, middle-aged woman's voice drifted from the side behind. Yu Hong followed the voice and saw a short, golden-haired woman in a dark green men's jacket, standing up from a cluster of bushes, hunched over. Chapter 24. Exchange 3. The woman, though small in stature, had an athletic build and held a machete as long as her forearm, eyeing Yu Hong with a scrutinizing gaze. Got any food? Her eyes briefly glanced at the steel nail and luminous stone stick in Yu Hong's hand. Want to trade? What do you need? She added. Any medicine? Yu Hong looked at her agile body, thinking she might be stronger than him, and felt a surge of caution. He scanned the surroundings with wary glances while sizing up the woman. I need anti-diarrheal medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs. What do you have for trade? I only need food. Old Yu hasn't been back for 2 days. The few families around here are all lacking in food. If you have some, you can trade it for anything you want, the woman quickly said. Her tone was sincere, while the knife in her right hand seemed to twirl unconsciously in a flourish. The machete, straight and sharp, had a blade as wide as a grown adult's palm. Not just anyone could perform such a flourish. This immediately put Yu Hong on high alert. He suddenly felt it might have been a mistake to come out and trade so rashly. People who survived outside for so long, even the seemingly weaker women, must have some special skills to ensure their safety. But the woman couldn't figure out his background either. As long as there was no physical conflict, everything remained unknown and tentative, which was good. I have food, Yu Hong quickly replied, but not much on me. I need to go back and get it. Do you have medicine? A bit, but you need to be sure about what's ailing you. Otherwise, it would be a waste, the woman swiftly replied. Diarrhea, several bouts of it. I suspect it's from drinking rainwater, Yu Hong answered quickly. Rainwater? The woman was startled, stopping abruptly, her eyes fixed on Yu Hong. Did you drink it directly or after filtering? Filtered. Seeing her reaction, Yu Hong's heart sank, feeling uneasy. That's good, that's good. The woman sighed in relief. Rainwater must be boiled before drinking. Ever since those ghostly things appeared 2 years ago, rainwater has carried toxins. Drinking it directly causes severe diarrhea, unless you're exceptionally strong. What should I do now? Yu Hong frowned, fetching a piece of dried lizard from his bag and tossing it over. She caught it, sniffed it and bit off half, chewing slowly. Her gaze softened towards Yu Hong. It's good you drank filtered water. Hasn't anyone ever told you that rainwater is undrinkable? She said, exasperated. No, I have a companion who just drank it casually. Yu Hong recalled his days with stammering Yi, who often drank rainwater but never let him have any. You have a very strong companion. The woman also fell silent. I bet she's like a wild ox, able to lift you with one hand. Not quite, but can you tell me how to deal with it? Yu Hong tossed another piece of dried meat over. The woman caught it, a smile appearing on her face. It's simple. In the soil, there's a black and slightly purple substance. Dig out a clump, about the size of an egg, and swallow it with water. You'll recover soon. She straightened up, looking at Yu Hong. Also, it's your first time trading with someone, right? You just gave away your details. You must have been from the town's bunker before. Yu Hong didn't speak but showed a look of surprise, wondering how she knew. He wasn't from the bunker, but this didn't prevent him from letting her think so. You're Yu Hong. The woman suddenly stated his name. Yi is indeed very strong. She mentioned you before. There are very few newcomers within dozens of miles of here. Recently, you're the only new arrival. All right.
I'm Yu Hong.
And you are. Hearing Yi's name, Yu Hong realized she was an acquaintance, feeling slightly relieved. However, he still held the stick in his hand. I'm Jenny, the tanner. You've probably heard Yi mention me. I can repair the clothes worn by all of us around here. The woman's tone softened. Where's Yi? Why are you here instead of her this time? Jenny asked in confusion. She went to the town, Yu Hong lied, not mentioning Yi's departure. All right then. Got any more food? I've told you how to treat diarrhea from drinking rainwater. If you have anything else to trade, feel free to bring food, or do you need a change of clothes? Her gaze lingered on Yu Hong's dirty t-shirt before laughing. The originally gray t-shirt had turned into a dirty yellow, thoroughly soaked with sweat stains. Wearing it sticky and cold, it weighed a lot more. Got any nails? Yu Hong thought for a moment and asked. He needed nails for crafting. They were much more convenient than mortise and tenon joints. Quite a few. Why do you need them? Jenny was startled, quickly guessing. Don't tell me you can make things yourself? A little, Yu Hong nodded, taking out the water filter cup he made. This is a water filter cup I made. If you want, you can order from me. Medicines, clothing, unprocessed luminous stones, or helping me out, can all be exchanged. Jenny's eyes lit up as she examined the water filter cup in his hand. If the craftsmanship was indeed effective, then everyone nearby would benefit. Because of the big skin last night, everyone's gathered at Old Joe's bunker. We'll find you for the exchange once the wave passes, she quickly said. Can I exchange the cup now? She pointed to the filter cup and asked. Yes. Yu Hong nodded. He knew how to craft and his workmanship was good. This was the premise he calculated for his identity. This premise could ensure his basic safety in the area, because only if he was alive could he continuously produce things everyone needed. That was his value. Wait for me. I'll be right back. Jenny didn't specify how much to exchange, turned and dashed into the forest, disappearing from sight. Yu Hong glanced in the direction she left, then carefully found a place to hide, no longer foolishly standing in the open. He yearned for the training method that was nearing completion. His current physical ability was too poor. He feared he couldn't beat anyone. If the training method succeeded, he could later enhance skills like wilderness survival and lurking and hiding skill, and other survival methods. But the premise was that he'd be able to use the enhanced methods himself. Asterisk training still required sufficient diet and rest. If he could figure out how lizard jerky was made and the mushrooms. Asterisk. Yu Hong crouched in the grass, pondering as he waited. Fortunately, it was the sunniest time now. Shadows generally didn't appear at this time. For some unknown reason, there were hardly any mosquitoes in the forest and few insects overall. So, crouching in the grass, he wasn't bitten. The rustling of leaves swayed intermittently with the wind, and the strong sunlight cast waves of warmth over him. Yet besides the sound of branches and leaves, there was no other sound or sign of life in the forest. No birds, no insects, just silence. Yu Hong regularly glanced around to ensure shadows wouldn't approach rashly. Even in broad daylight, the unusually silent forest unsettled him with a weird sense of fear. There were no butterflies, no bees, no flowers, only grass, branches, and roots. Fresh green, emerald green, dark green, yellow green. Various layers of foliage intertwined to create a vibrant yet eerily lifeless forest. This forest felt dead, its lushness and tranquility misleading. The thought flashed through Yu Hong's mind. About a few minutes later, footsteps again sounded from the direction of the post office stone house. Yu Hong? Are you there? I've returned. Jenny's voice rang out. Upon hearing it, Yu Hong cautiously peered through the grass towards the sound's origin. He saw Jenny, dressed as before, holding a small cloth bag, standing in place and looking around. He didn't immediately step out, continuing to observe for a bit longer to confirm her natural and unforced movements, consistent steps as she walked. This was clearly not a shadow. Moreover, no one else seemed to have followed her. She was alone. After confirming, he slowly stood up. I'm here. Did you bring the items? I did. Jenny squinted in his direction. Stay put, she suddenly shouted. What were the items we agreed to exchange? The filter cup and nails.
Yu Hong promptly replié.
Good. Seeing it checked out, Jenny breathed a sigh of relief and approached. Here. She handed over the small cloth bag. Yu Hong took it, opened it, and looked inside. Contained a bunch of rusty nails, each as long as a finger. About 30 or so, enough for a while. But that alone isn't enough for the filter cup. He looked up at her. Add this, Jenny said, lowering a backpack and taking out a patched-up long-sleeve sweater. I figured you'd need a change of clothes. Otherwise, getting caught in the rain could give you a fever. She winked at Yu Hong with a smile. Deal. Yu Hong nodded, handing her the filter cup and accepting the sweater. The sweater was gray, made from some unknown fine grass and animal fur, looking quite warm. This sweater, with wild boar skin, can resist rain, but not for too long. Be careful, Jenny reminded him. It was originally made for my daughter. She works at the town's bunker and comes back once a month. Actually, she should be just a bit younger than you. Mentioning her daughter, a gentle smile naturally spread across her face. You love your daughter very much, Yu Hong remarked as he put away the clothes and nails. Yes, she's my pride. She embodies the best of her father and me. Beautiful, confident, capable. She handles everything in life well. Jenny smiled in reply. By the way, if I wanted to contact you from a distance, is there a way? Yu Hong suddenly shifted the topic. You could use a long-distance communicator, but charging it is troublesome. This thing was useful before the Black Disaster. Now, not so much, Jenny responded. But the postman has one, which can contact the town's bunker anytime. Charging, though? How do you work that out? Yu Hong asked eagerly. With a hand-crank generator, also solar power, though its efficiency has declined over time and now serves only as a supplement, Jenny explained. Why, are you interested? She perceptively caught Yu Hong's motive. Some small devices. If I could charge them, it'd be a great help. When the postman returns, could you ask if the solar generator's for sale?
Yuon requested.
Chapter 25. Exchange for Alliance Hierarch. If you have any more of those fine filtration cups, he would definitely sell them, Jenny laughed. Filtration had always been a major headache for her. She had previously used water filter pitchers delivered from the bunker, which were only good enough for filtering out coarse residues. The filters needed to be replaced pretty often. On the other hand, the filtration cup she just examined, which had a 5-layer filter, seemed quite effective. Do you mind if I try? She pulled out a leather water pouch from her belt to compare. Of course not. Yu Hong stepped back to let her pour water into the filtration cup. Soon, clear water streamed out, making Jenny's eyes gleam. Cleaner water was in high demand, for instance, for washing wounds during treatments. After completing the trade, the two retreated and quickly went their separate ways. On his way back, Yu Hong found the type of soil Jenny had mentioned, scooped up a lump, and brought it back to the cave. He intended to try enhancing it. If the soil indeed had antidiarrheal properties, the black mark should be able to enhance it into a medicine with fewer side effects. This was his actual trump card. If the enhancing process was timed right, he could be looking at another source of revenue through bartering. Elsewhere, Jenny hurried through the woods and stopped in front of a grassy area, bent down, and cleared away the weeds to uncover a pull ring. Grabbing the pull ring, she lifted it upward. Instantly, a wooden board disguised as grass stood upright. Underneath the wooden board was a simple tunnel. She dove in and crawled along the dark tunnel for more than 10 meters until reaching its end. At the end, there was a grayish-black metallic circular door. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked on the door, then without waiting for a response, she took out a key, inserted it into the keyhole, and turned it to open the circular door. Behind the door was a small square room adorned with an atomic lamp, casting a faint green light over everything. This was her personal bunker, furnished with tables, chairs, cabinets, a bed, and tools. Everything necessary, including plenty of leatherworking tools and raw materials. Jenny emerged from the tunnel, shut the door behind her, stretched, walked over to the cabinet, poured the filtered water from the cup into a small pot, and waited for it to boil. Then, she walked over to the bookcase, sat down, took out a charcoal pencil and newspaper, and prepared to write about the encounter with Yu Hong today. Mom, did you just go out? Suddenly, a crisp female voice came from another room. The bunker had a small hall and 3 rooms. One room was for leatherworking, one was the bedroom, and the other was a storeroom. The voice was coming from the bedroom. Is that you, Aifu? When did you get back? Jenny turned towards the sound with a delighted expression. I just got back a while ago. A girl with a golden ponytail walked out of the bedroom, dressed in a green hoodie and tight jeans, with a delicate face seemingly lightly made up. She was Jenny's daughter, Aifu, considered the prettiest girl among the local survivors. Do we have any food, Mom? I just checked, and there was nothing, Aifu said discontentedly. There is some left. Jenny rose quickly, rummaged through a corner, and pulled out a small bag of jerky. She opened the bag, took out half, and was about to hand it to her daughter. Unexpectedly, Aifu snatched the whole bag in one swift move. There's still so much left. Thanks, Mom. I knew you're the best, she said cheerily, kissing Jenny quickly before dashing out the entrance. Jenny's hand hovered in midair, even the jerky she held taken away. She managed a wry smile but did not stop her. She did not get the chance to say that this was most of her food reserve for the month. Now that it was all taken, what was left was barely enough for her to subsist on clear broth each day. Exhaling deeply, Jenny suddenly smiled again. So eager to eat. She must be starving. No matter what, as long as I can help her. She did not dwell on why her well-doing daughter would suddenly run back from town, or why she didn't consider her at all. All she knew was that since her husband's death, Ifu was the only family she had left. She's still young. She'll understand in time. Comforting herself, she continued to work on repurposing some old clothes into new fitting garments. Another trade she had bartered for. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Click. The door to the cave was pulled open. Yu Hong stepped in quickly, embraced by a familiar foul smell that instantly comforted him. He closed the door and opened a window to air out the space. He picked up a protein stick, tucked it into his mouth and chewed slowly. At the same time, he placed the freshly dug-up soil on a sheet of newspaper. Finally, he pulled up a wooden stool and sat opposite the fireplace, quietly watching a newspaper showing a countdown under comprehensive physical training method. At that moment, the countdown had just over 5 hours remaining. Yu Hong decided not to wander off and just sat quietly on the stool, waiting for the time to pass. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The sky outside began to darken. The wind in the woods grew stronger, making louder whistling noises. Yu Hong stood up, stretched his waist and legs, and pulled over the flap for the peak window. He also swapped the half-depleted enhanced pyroxene for the only intact enhanced pyroxene he had left. After carrying out these tasks, he took the cooled pot of water, poured it out, and cautiously sipped some with a cup to prevent dehydration. After the rain, a day's sunshine isn't enough to dry the wood. There's no dry firewood. Tonight, I'll just have to make do. He calculated the remaining firewood, took out a candle, and placed it where he could easily grab it. Then he lay down on the bed, his gaze fixed on the door, waiting for the night to arrive. Within about 20 minutes, the sky had completely darkened. The familiar rustling sound of crawling came once again. Yu Hong quickly got up and lit a candle with the remaining charcoal in the fireplace. The candlelight illuminated the entire cave. Taking advantage of this time, he began to ignite the fireplace. At night, the temperature outside had dropped to just a few degrees. As the black bugs swiftly swarmed in, the fireplace, slowly ignited by Yu Hong, began to burn. Chunks of dry wood were added, and the burning flames lit up the entire cave. Time also passed continuously in such monotony. Midway, Yu Hong had diarrhea twice, both times completely dehydrating, making his complexion increasingly pale and his lips more colorless. Finally, under his continuous watch, the enhancement of the advanced physical training method had ended. After a blur, the previous newspaper instantly turned into a thin black manual. The manual was the length of a palm and about as wide as an adult's palm. Its cover was neatly printed with Advanced Physical Training Method. Seeing this scene, Yu Hong's eyes lit up. He quickly set aside the dry wood he was holding, walked over, and picked up the booklet. In the firelight, he eagerly and quickly turned to the first page of the booklet. Suddenly, a standard running action diagram appeared before him. The diagram depicted a bald man with no clothes. However, this man had no skin, clearly displaying all the muscles, tendons, and bones beneath the skin. The places where force was applied were colored in red, and the directions and intensities of the forces were marked. Yu Hong glanced at the text above the diagram. Basic Qi cultivation technique. Isn't this just running? He carefully checked the details on the diagram, confirming that this thing was indeed an extremely detailed running guide. But he clearly remembered that during the enhancement, he had intended guides toward the cultivation of martial arts, inner strength, etc. His thought at the time was, although the name was Advanced Physical Training Method, a slight deviation in direction wouldn't matter. But this, is it? Yu Hong's brow furrowed, he sighed, and continued turning the pages with patience. The content on the second page made him relax his brows a bit. The second page showed a breathing internal strength diagram to supplement running. It was the same skinless bald man, and inside his body, red and blue arrows marked the rhythm, quantity, duration, and path of exhalation and inhalation. Next to it, there were small written instructions suggesting that while running, one should visualize a special pattern. See page 3 for the pattern. Yu Hong flipped to the third page. It was the visualization pattern. It looked like a bizarre pattern mixed with black mud and silver sand. At a glance, Yu Hong felt slightly dizzy, as if his eyes were being sucked into it. He dared not look further because below it was written in small letters, "Do not view before practicing." He turned the page again. Last were some herbal ingredients that needed to be taken in conjunction, which Yu Hong inspected carefully, only to find, surprisingly, that these herbs were common in the surrounding forest. There were also precautions and warnings. This exercise method is custom designed based on personal physical and mental environment and other factors, and is not intended for use by anyone other than the individual. Attempt at your own risk. So intelligent? Yu Hong felt increasingly in awe of the magic and power of the black mark. Closing the last page, he suddenly realized, could it be that this so-called advanced physical training method only provided him with a slow jogging exercise diagram? The rustling black bugs continued to crazily swarm into the doorway. The noisy sound brought Yu Hong back from his thoughts. He quickly set down the booklet and hurried to the fireplace to add more wood. As he added wood, he also carefully recalled the training method he had just read. It didn't say you have to run outdoors. It seems that running in place indoors might also work. I'll try it inside the house first. Unfortunately, as good as the idea was, after running in place for just 2 minutes, he felt his legs weaken and lost strength. Because he hadn't eaten anything, only drinking water and already dehydrated, his body lacked replenishment and entered a state of fatigue. Thinking of this, Yu Hong quickly came to his senses, remembering he hadn't taken the medicine yet, and his diarrhea hadn't improved. He immediately stuffed a piece of wood into the fire and walked to the mound of earth he had dug during the day, reaching out to touch the earth. Enhance anti-diarrheal medicine, direction, reduce side effects, he muttered in his mind. If this mound of earth really had natural anti-diarrheal properties, then the black mark enhancement should be successful. But if it was ineffective, then the black mark might encounter the same issue as before, lacking completeness and unable to enhance. This would also serve as a way to verify the authenticity of its effectiveness. Yu Hong stared at the soil, his eyes unblinking, quietly waiting. Hiss. Soon, a black line flowed from the black mark on the back of his hand, burrowing into the soil. Then, a familiar countdown appeared on the surface of the soil. This time, on the already black soil, the countdown was not black, but a striking red. 1 hour, 51 minutes. It was real. Yu Hong's eyes brightened, and a look of relief washed over his face. Although he felt that Jenny had no reason to deceive him, seeing the result truly eased his mind. In this dangerous environment lacking medicine, being able to reliably produce enough antidiarrheal medicine would be a great thing for him and for others. Enhance antidiarrheal medicine? Came the cold mechanical voice of the black mark. Yu Hong licked his cracked lips. Yes. Chapter 26. Sudden Change Part 1. Alliance Hierarch descends as deity Xiaolonzhao. 1 hour and 51 minutes, close to 2 hours, was not very long for Yu Hong. He added some wood to the fire while he waited. Unconsciously, the number of black insects outside the door decreased, and light faintly shone through the ventilation hole. It was morning. He slowly walked to the back of the door and opened the observation window. Outside, the mountain forest was shrouded in a hazy gray fog, all blurry and indistinct. Sunlight illuminated the gray mist, turning everything into shades of gray and white. Suddenly, Yu Hong smelled a pungent odor in his nose, causing him to step back 2 paces, his brows slightly furrowed. He turned back to glance at the medicine being fortified. There were still a few minutes left. He wasn't in a hurry and sat quietly, waiting. In no time, the digital display on the black soil went straight to 0. Its entire form twisted and blurred for an instant, then swiftly regained clarity in less than a second. Once clear, the original soil had turned into 6 packets of black capsules. The back of the capsules had labels. Antidiarrheal medication, usage, 1 capsule at a time, once a day. Side effects, abdominal pain, constipation, stomach discomfort. Yu Hong looked delighted, quickly running forward, picking up the medication, prying one out and popping it into his mouth, then picking up the boiled filtered water from earlier, swallowing it down with several gulps. Having taken the medicine, he felt much more at ease. The Black Mark's fortification ability had never failed. Since it was marked as an antidiarrheal medication, there must be no problem. The medicine wasn't effective yet, and with nothing to do, Yu Hong began to use tools to make a new water filter cup from some leftover wood. As long as it was simply made, fortification would perfect it. Along the way, he also shoved a protein bar into his mouth. Rumored to last an entire day, he planned to try it out. While holding a saw to work on his craft, he casually turned on the radio. The station had been preset and hadn't been touched. Once on, voices came through in the form of a 2-person interview. The significant disaster in Yuyun City in recent years isn't isolated. According to reports from the main station journalists, ever since the Black Disaster appeared, the frequency of unusual disasters nationwide has been on the rise. In contrast, the Shadows and Blood-Tide monsters have not caused severe casualties. They did more damage in the initial stages of the Black Disaster. But in the subsequent stable environment, the real steep rise in casualties is caused by the evil shadows, which are more dangerous than the shadows. Evil shadows are not afraid of ordinary luminous stones. Their movement speed is incredibly fast, and they have a strong contagion. Although they appear infrequently, only surfacing occasionally, the hazards they cause far exceed the other two once they appear. The disaster in Yuyun this time caused over 600 casualties, comparable to Chartown's initial case in Flyka. Yes, so Professor Han, do you have any recommendations for us? The radio host asked. My only recommendation is to try to head to the larger Hope City bases. They have more advanced weapons and stronger defenses. An individual cannot find a way to counter evil shadows alone. Thank you. All right. By the way, you mentioned that the Silver Tower Joint Research Institute is about to release a protective survival manual for Shadows and Blood-Tide. Is this true? The host asked. Yes, I heard about this news, but I'm not sure about the authenticity. However, the environment outside the city is worsening, Shadows, Blood-Tide, and evil shadows are increasing, and nighttime hours are getting longer and longer, leading to a greater demand for lighting. Personally, I feel the Silver Tower has the obligation and responsibility to release such a manual. One last question. A listener asked, in densely populated areas, when danger arises, more people die, the chances of being affected are greater. Just like the POC incident a year ago, and the Music Box incident 5 months ago, both caused massive casualties. Besides these, more incidents that went unreported occurred in different corners. What's your take on such concerns? What I want to warn about is that investigations into these events point to evil shadows as the cause. Their high contagion can spread rapidly through any media contact. This is key to their causing large casualties. For evil shadows, aside from isolating and clearing the areas they mediate, we currently have no effective dispersal means. What about high-concentration luminous stone bombs? No. Where evil shadows are more dangerous than shadows is their ability to quickly recover without injury after being dispersed. Hence, if encountered, depart swiftly. The increasing number of evil shadow events is also prompting all major Hope City fortresses to become more rigorous in checking inbound people. So I advise survivors outside to enter city shelters soon. Otherwise, they might face being unable to enter and lack supplies. It then transitioned to the closing remarks and thanks. As this professor left the broadcast amid the host's gratitude, the program ended, turning into soothing music. Yu Hong sat on the stool, momentarily lost in thought. He hadn't expected Hope City's seemingly safe base to be facing such considerable danger. Right, where there are more people, there are naturally more attracted dangers. If I were a shadow monster, I would also head to crowded areas to find food. Snapping back to reality, he let out a light sigh. He stood and placed an unfinished wooden cup on the floor, then, as usual, wrapped it with cloth, sealed it with charcoal at the mouth. Finally, he pressed it with his hand to fortify it. The countdown appeared. 3 hours and 2 minutes. Why had the time increased? Yu Hong remembered the last fortification took only 2.5 hours. Why was it this time? He looked over the newly made cup, its craftsmanship notably rough, just a square wooden bowl casually split with an axe, with a rough hole carved inside. Far inferior to the detailed wooden cup he carefully crafted the first time. Could it be that the workmanship resulted in increased time? He secretly guessed. He noted this down in his mind. After resting for a while, feeling slightly better, he began fortifying the water filter cup. Then he stood up to clean, dispose of the trash and feces, change into newly acquired clothes, and go out to collect wood and fetch water from puddles. After a series of tasks, time quickly flew by 3 hours. The cup was fortified and was no different from the first. He tested it. Indeed, the results were satisfactory. That day, he didn't venture far and spent the entire day near the cave collecting firewood. The dry lumber was soaked by rain, but it was suitable for making small things. In a blink, 3 hours had passed again, and Yu Hong had fortified another water filter cup. With the previous one, he had 2 in total. He paused, deciding not to continue, instead picking up the toolkit he had been using. This set was pieced together by Stammering Yi, including a saw, axe, chisel, shovel, screwdriver, and more, quite comprehensive. Yu Hong planned to thoroughly fortify it for future use. Otherwise, waiting for it to break before fortification could be troublesome and might turn into repairs. In the cave, he gathered all the tools, used a rag to wrap them, and then pressed his hand on the cloth. Fortify the toolkit. Direction. Firm enhancement. A flash of black thread. A countdown appeared on the rag immediately. 1 hour and 12 minutes. Quite brief. Yu Hong withdrew his hand, deep in thought. It seems the fortification is closely related to my requirements. The more difficult the request, the larger the span, the longer the time. But there needs to be a level of completeness. Only I don't know how low it has to be. He estimated in his heart, finding a temporary place to sit and rest. The effect of the diarrhea medication was good. In 6 hours, he hadn't gone to the bathroom once, and his body felt unaffected. The remaining medicine could be stored for future use and could even be used for trade in vital moments. Feeling physically better, in the afternoon, Yu Hong went out one last time, roaming around to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Afterward, he returned to the safe house and went to sleep early to rest. He planned to exercise at night following the advanced physical training method. Before sleeping, he couldn't waste the fortification time from the black mark, not leaving it idle. So he went to check the toolkit. Approaching the corner, Yu Hong was stunned. In the corner, the previously tattered various tools were now all secured by a black metal mount. Every tool on it had shed its previous old and damaged state, now all fresh and new. Moreover, the surface of the tools appeared to have a layer of gray-black unknown material, increasing thickness and making them look much sturdier. Impressive. This effect, just in an hour. Yu Hong marveled, reaching out to take down a saw. The saw's teeth had broken in some places before, but now upon close inspection, all the fractures had vanished, and the teeth were unprecedentedly sharper. Once again amazed in his heart, Yu Hong began to search for the next fortification target. For now, in the cave, food, drinking water, tools were temporarily ensured. Only the resting place needed enhancement. His gaze fell on the thick, smelly quilt. This fortification comes with cleaning as well. Let's fortify the quilt once and see. If it could become a non-mold, lightweight, and easy-wash type, that would be even better. Thinking this, he approached the gray-white quilt Stammering Yi had given him, squatted, and extended his hand. Fortify the bedding. Direction. Mold-proof, insect-repelling, lighter and easier to wash. The thought flashed in his mind. A black line flashed from the black mark on the back of his hand, instantly burrowing into the quilt. The countdown appeared. 10 hours and 14 minutes. Asterisk that long. Yu Hong was taken aback. But thinking it over, he realized he requested quite a bit, and given the larger volume of the bedding, these might have caused it. 10 hours, from night to dawn. I can wait. He settled his mind and quickly confirmed the black marks prompt. Instantly, the black countdown on the quilt began to move. The firelight flickered. Inside the cave, Yu Hong started jogging in place in the center, beginning his workout. All the while, he paid close attention to his breathing, mental envisioning, and muscle exertion. The three together were quite challenging to synchronize. He constantly tried, repeated, occasionally stopping to add wood, as time flowed by effortlessly. Gradually, as the latter half of the night approached, he began to grasp the synergy of the three. During his jog, faint sounds of water flow began to reach his ears. The sound started small at first. Over time, it gradually grew louder and louder. Even the influx of black insects outside couldn't suppress the sound. Chapter 27. Unexpected Changes, the Descent of the Blue Algae Deity and the Alliance Hierarch. Gradually, Yu Hong began to feel his body heating up, with a slight sweat forming all over. He made an effort to swing his arms and engage his whole body in movement. In his mind, he visualized the diagram of the training method. Involuntarily, his body grew increasingly fatigued and exhausted. This sensation only lasted for a few minutes. Then suddenly, a faint, almost imperceptible coolness appeared on the soles of his feet. This coolness seemed to form from countless tiny particles in his body coalescing together. Yu Hong could clearly feel countless tiny itchy points gathering around the soles of his feet, eventually forming that trace of coolness. As he continued to run, cool streams of air began to flow upwards from the soles of his feet. The stream of air flowed upwards slowly, moving through his hips, waist, chest, and finally reaching his head as he ran. The two streams of cool air gathered at the top of his head, then flowed down the back, quickly returning to the soles of his feet, forming two loops. Strangely, when the two streams completed the first large loop, Yu Hong suddenly felt a chill all over. His previous fatigue lightened significantly. After a short while, he stopped to add wood to the fireplace while carefully experiencing the feel of the advanced training method. That night, there was no big skin to bang on the door, only a massive influx of black bugs, seemingly endless. In an unnoticeable manner, the sky gradually brightened. Yu Hong halted his actions, glanced at the bed in the process of being enhanced, started cleaning ashes, eating, drinking water, and so on. After waiting for a while and listening to the radio, the enhancement time finally arrived. Standing by the blanket, Yu Hong quietly watched, observing the countdown slowly ticking to 0. Shwa! In an instant, everything twisted momentarily. The entire filthy blanket fuzzed out, then quickly became clear. Before Yu Hong's eyes, it was no longer just a blanket. Instead, it was a large, gray-white sleeping bag with a zipper hood. The material had changed from cotton to a lightweight, unknown material. Yu Hong reached out to pinch it. It was soft and gentle, carrying a scent similar to a fresh fragrance. It should be meant to repel insects. All that's missing is a large amount of water for a bath. Yu Hong surveyed the current cave, finding it much more comfortable compared to the beginning. Asterisk, how can I obtain a large water source? Asterisk, this was a troublesome problem. Simple subsistence water sources were enough, but a large amount of water probably could only be solved by relying on wells and streams. Right, if anything can be enhanced, then what about wells? Can wells also be enhanced? Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Suppressing this thought in his mind, he drank a cup of water, got up to take out a small bag of dried meat. Idling around, enhancing dried meat offered the best cost-effectiveness. A bag of 10 pieces only required 8 hours a day. Enhanced protein bars could last 10 days. Compared to the pre-enhanced state, which only lasted 2 or 3 days, it was much stronger. For the following 2 consecutive days, Yu Hong did not leave again but focused on training his body inside the cave. The protein bars, along with mushrooms and wild vegetables, formed his daily meals. Adding water to cook a pot of soup saved the time of boiling water too. In the blink of an eye, 6 days of the peak period finally passed. On the last day, 2 more big skins attacked the gate, but the door, now repaired and reinforced, kept them out. It was a thrill without danger. Only then did the small safe house truly fulfill its purpose of ensuring safety. After the peak period, Yu Hong calculated the remaining food. All the dried meat had been enhanced into protein bars, a total of 26 bars, along with dry mushrooms and wild vegetables. Yu Hong also enhanced the black mark into a similar nutrition bar. According to the description, 1 piece a day could ensure the supplementation of all trace elements, as well as dietary fiber. The wild vegetables in the forest were everywhere and not in short supply. The main concerns were dried meat and water. After the peak period, Yu Hong wandered in the forest during the day to search for streams, training his body and practicing the advanced physical training method at night, then resting by the fireplace. The life became simple and rhythmic. Occasionally, shadows would come to visit, but they were blocked by the large pyroxene stone. As for the name Enhanced Pyroxene, Yu Hong was more satisfied with the name Large Pyroxene Stone given by the town's allied army, so he decided to name it the Large Pyroxene Stone. Thus, the days passed peacefully, one by one. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. There wasn't much food left in the safe house. Only 6 protein bars remained, and they needed to be replenished. Bang! Yu Hong closed the door, holding a black metal Wolf Fong club, scanning his surroundings. The half-month of training had put a little more muscle on him. He no longer looked as slim as before, and the spirit in his eyes also improved greatly, appearing somewhat sharp. Most importantly, he hadn't been idle all these days. First, the steel nail pyroxene club in his hand had been enhanced into a new weapon, with a material that was harder, lighter, and featured hidden compartments for loading pyroxene. This Wolf Fong club also had a non-slip strap, which could be tied to the arm to prevent dropping. 3 large pyroxene stones were secretly hidden in 3 concealed compartments in the club's midsection. Without activating the switch, they couldn't be discovered. Additionally, the dark green stab-proof vest Yu Hong was wearing was enhanced from the sweatshirt Jenny had sold him. Although it took some time, the results were worth it. This stab-proof vest, having included 2 hardwood boards in front and back before enhancement, also had a certain amount of bulletproof capability. As long as it wasn't a point-blank shot, it could significantly reduce damage, not to mention knife stabs. The remaining time was spent enhancing the large pyroxene stones. Adding to the previous one, he now had a total of 5 in his possession. Phew! Yu Hong exhaled, noticing his breath turning into white mist, immediately realizing the temperature had dropped again. He reached up to pull on the hood of his stab-proof jacket, which also had rainproof and heat-retaining functions. Still lacking stab-proof gloves, a bulletproof helmet, changing for dried meat could be something to ask about. Plus, the salt is running low. I wonder if the courier has returned, if the solar equipment can be obtained. Then electricity wouldn't be a problem. Yu Hong lowered his head, jumped off the stone steps, and walked towards the postal area. He needed to move quickly, as he had noticed that daylight was becoming noticeably shorter, and the darkness of night longer recently. Maybe it's because autumn and winter are coming. Yu Hong comforted himself. His feet wore enhanced boots, moving step by step through the forest, his mind constantly vigilant of the surroundings. 20 days of training had significantly improved his physical fitness. The coolness generated by the advanced physical training method usually didn't help him much. Only when he was near exhaustion did the coolness appear, restoring his fatigued body. This was akin to a backup supply. Aside from that, this training method was not much different from regular jogging. Although this disappointed Yu Hong somewhat, he wasn't anxious. As long as he continued practicing, he could revise and enhance the training method anew with his current experience and insights. If possible, he even wished to learn from professionals. Crack, crack. With his footsteps mingling with the sound of broken twigs, Yu Hong soon reached the stone house at the post office's entrance. Unexpectedly, there were quite a few people in front of the stone house. Among the 7 or 8 people, he immediately spotted Jenny. This middle-aged woman, with whom he had previously traded, was noticeable. Of course, it was not she who stood out, but rather the exceptionally striking girl beside her. With a slender, shapely figure clad in tight, water-washed white jeans, a full bosom, a delicately made-up face, and smooth, shoulder-length golden hair, the girl stood out amidst the surrounding group of grubby people in this woodland area. She appeared so clean that she did not seem to belong to this environment. Yu Hong's arrival made everyone tense. Eyes swiftly gathered upon him. "Is it Yu Hong?" Jenny stood out first. "What did we trade last time?" "A water filter and nails." Yu Hong quickly responded, moving a few steps back and forth to show his flexibility, proving he wasn't a shadow. "The boy E saved." A familiar voice came from the crowd. A middle-aged woman stepped forward, wearing an old white lab coat, her face framed by black-rimmed glasses. It was Dr. Su, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. "Dr. Su is back too?"
Yu Hong expressait surprise.
"Why not? In town, you get caught doing hard labor daily, and they don't even pay for medical treatment. Each soldier's tone is domineering, and if you raise your voice, you get beaten." Dr. Su snapped. She always spoke harshly, but at this moment Yu Hong felt his mood lift a little. At least seeing familiar faces unharmed was good, especially since she was someone who had helped him, even if it was out of a favor to E. "I'm glad you returned safely." Yu Hong nodded, his tone softer, seeing it wasn't a shadow but someone they knew. The rest resumed peering at the stone house of the postal office. Yu Hong approached, nodded to Jenny, and stood by Dr. Su. Compared to the one-time trader Jenny, he naturally felt more familiar with Dr. Su. Despite her sharp tongue, she was loyal and grateful, with proper principles. If she hadn't taken stammering E with her during the big skin attack, E's body might have grown cold by now. This is the first time I've seen so many people here since I arrived.
Yu Hong whispered.
If you go to town, you'll see more. A large crowd isn't necessarily a good thing, Dr. Su remarked coldly. As Yu Hong drew near, he finally noticed this woman's eyeglasses had a cracked lens. There was also a bruise on the corner of the left side of her mouth, evidently from being hit. "Why's everyone gathered here? Has the courier returned?" Yu Hong asked. "Yes, just came back. Brought news that the town plans to evacuate people to the larger Hope City in 2 days. Those wanting to go along need certain skills and can go to town for an assessment. If they pass, they can go along with it," Dr. Su explained coldly. "What about ordinary people? What will happen to so many ordinary folks?" Yu Hong asked with a frown. He wasn't a sucker for others' problems, but such policies were bound to cause chaos. After all, there were far more ordinary folk than skilled professionals. "I don't know, but a few days ago, there was a murder in town with more than 20 people dead. It wasn't the shadow, nor was it the blood-tide bugs. They couldn't figure out the cause. I suspect it's a newly emerged evil shadow," Dr. Su replied. "What about you? Are you going with them?" Yu Hong asked. "I'm not going. Anyway, I don't have long to live, so I'm too lazy to mess around. This damn world. I'll just wait to die here," Dr. Su replied coldly. With her family gone, living alone was merely getting by each day. Dr. Su suddenly turned to Yu Hong when asking him if he planned on going. "What about you? Are you going?"
No.
Yu Hong answered calmly. "Strange one." Dr. Su finally noticed the finely crafted equipment Yu Hong was wearing. "This outfit of yours. Impressive. Where did it come from?" Since the big skin rescue incident, her opinion of Yu Hong had significantly improved, making her attitude much friendlier. Chapter 28. Unforeseen Changes 3. Thanks to Alliance Hierarch Taiba Gooden. "I scavenge. Lucky finds, plus I've got decent craft and technical skills." Yu Hong responded simply. "Right, I have a question." He surveyed the people around him. "Do you know where our dried lizard meat and stuff come from? Can we breed them ourselves? For that, you need to find Old Yu. The mushrooms, cockroaches, and lizards we eat, we buy them all from him." Dr. Su pointed to a balding old man standing at the edge of the crowd. The old man wore brown short sleeves, slightly hunched, with a lifeless look in his eyes. He occasionally coughed and seemed to be a bit short of breath. We usually call him Utode because he has a big belly, always likes to stoop and gasp for breath, looking pretty much like a toad. You'll have to go up and talk to him yourself, Dr. Su whispered. And I suggest you hurry up. Several people have already been asking him about this. Yu Hong nodded, still wanting to ask more. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening came from the stone house. The heavy wooden door was pushed open, and a crew-cut middle-aged man in a camouflage uniform with a large red post printed on the chest walked out. Anyone leaving together, come over here to register, the man shouted loudly. The crowd immediately started moving forward. Yu Hong took a step back, waiting for everyone to register. There were a few others who acted like him, but most of them pressed ahead. At the safe house in the cave, two robust figures clad in camouflage suits with helmets and visors moved quickly through the woods towards the cave entrance. This is it. One of them stepped down to the stone steps at the entrance and looked up at the wooden door. Pretty solid. It's on you, he said to the other. The other man took off his backpack, opened it, and took out a few slender metal tools. I've picked too many locks, this is nothing, he said with a smile. Let's first empty the place of goods, then lie in wait a bit to ambush people. All right, everything's good, mainly after the large pyroxene stone. The problem we ran into this time, only the large pyroxene stone is of any use. Everyone up top is desperate now. So this time, cut the chatter. Just open the door. They chatted idly while keeping a wary eye on their surroundings. Approaching the heavy wooden door, the one with the tools bent down to inspect the lock. Such a well-made lock? I hardly remember the last time I picked one like this, he sighed. Since the Black Disaster erupted, his kind, once petty thieves had almost all joined the combined army. No choice, without joining, there were no luminous stones. And without luminous stones, an encounter with the shadow meant certain death. Quit yapping and hurry up, urged the other, growing impatient. Yeah, I got it. The lockpicker took out his tools and carefully inserted them into the keyhole. In the midst of a clicking sound, the lockpicker listened carefully to the noises and felt the feedback from his tools, probing the lock mechanism. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 10 minutes later, sweat beaded on the lockpicker's forehead. His hands gripping the tools began to tremble. This isn't right. This lock is unlike any I've seen on the market. His voice shook. Teamed with Captain Zhao for his lockpicking, if he couldn't even manage his main skill, thinking about enjoying any special treatment in the team in the future, was probably, can you do it or not? The other man, having waited ages, was losing his patience. I. The lockpicker hesitated. This lock was different from any he had picked before. Its structure seemed to defy even the most basic principles. Without taking one apart for examination, he had no hope of getting through in a short time. This lock, it's different, the lockpicker said nervously. He took out his tools, intending to try again. Forget it! The other man grabbed him abruptly. I just checked. There's nobody inside. Let's hide nearby for now, and when Yu Hong passes by on his way back, we'll jump him and nab him. So, we're not picking it. Screw picking. Let's go hide, the other man said irritably. In front of the post office's stone house, all who registered went back to their homes to pack, ready to leave. Yu Hong chatted with Dr. Su and Jenny for a while, and seeing the postman was free, he took the initiative to approach. He came on this trip to buy food, and if he could exchange for some good stuff from the postman, it would be worth it. Especially the solar generator Jenny mentioned last time. Getting hold of that, then boosting it himself. A surge of excitement went through Yu Hong's mind. Having electricity would make many things much easier. The postman, a man with a cold expression, looked at the newly recorded name list in his hands, a dark stick that looked somewhat like chocolate in his mouth. Upon seeing Yu Hong approaching, he lifted his eyes to glance at him. Registration? Name? Not registration. I'm looking to buy something. Got any food? Yu Hong cut to the chase. Not registration? The courier was somewhat surprised but quickly regained his composure. These days, there were plenty of self-important people who didn't want to budge and hadn't seen danger before, oozing confidence. He'd seen many of them. So upon hearing it wasn't about registration, he only slightly paused before calming down. There's food, but not much. Dried lizard, dried cockroach, dried mushroom. What do you want? Take a look at what I have to exchange first. Yu Hong took out the items he had prepared for trade. A water filter cup, a large pyroxene stone, all in a bag together. Did you make this water filter cup? And the large pyroxene stone. The courier's expression showed interest upon seeing them. The water filter cup was fine, just a bit more finely made. He had good quality ones issued to him, didn't need it. But the large pyroxene stone was different, especially with the evil shadow appearing recently. It was said that only newly discovered large pyroxene stones were effective. He had heard of the large pyroxene stone, but this was the first time he'd seen one. The runes on it were more complex than on ordinary luminous stones. Where did you get this large pyroxene stone? He couldn't help but reach for one to take a closer look, but Yu Hong stepped back to avoid his hand. I made it myself, Yu Hong replied. Can we make a trade? Let me check it out first, the courier said, quickly pulling a black box the size of an egg from his belt bag. The box had a gray LCD screen in the middle with a round button below. It looked quite rudimentary. This is a red value detector, a tool that can test the quality of luminous stones. It can also detect the concentration of the blood tide in the surrounding environment, explained the courier. This can detect that too? Yu Hong was surprised to hear that luminous stones could be tested with a device and the blood tide. Until now, he wasn't sure about the official research on the Black Disaster, but it seemed decent. Silver Tower's research product? Pretty good to use. The courier smiled and pressed the button. Immediately, there were two beeps, and the LCD screen lit up with a red light. He brought the device close to the large pyroxene stone, stopping just a few centimeters away. Beep! Instantly, the device let out a sharp beep, with numbers fluctuating quickly on the screen. Yu Hong could catch a glimpse of some of the values. The number jumped from 0 to -78, then zigzagged a few times and finally stabilized at -81. Wow! -81. Impressive! The courier exclaimed. The previous luminous stones were at most around -20. This large pyroxene stone of yours has good quality. Name your price, Yu Hong said, getting straight to the point. 2 pounds of dried lizard per piece. The courier thought for a moment and replied, I'll take all 4 of these. He wasn't short on food, but the large pyroxene stone was something that could save your life at a crucial moment. No one would think it was too much. I don't want to trade them all for dried meat. I heard you have a solar generator that's about to be scrapped. Yu Hong asked quietly. That thing can still generate power. What are you talking about when you say it's about to be scrapped? The courier frowned and immediately retorted. If you want that, it's 2 large pyroxene stones. The solar battery storage is nearly done, right? 2 stones are too expensive. 1 stone, Yu Hong bargained. The two started haggling over the price. After discussing for several minutes, with the courier running short on time, he finally gave in. In the end, 2 large pyroxene stones were traded for the solar generator, plus a set of broken air purifiers. The rest of the large pyroxene stones were traded for dried meat, plus a small atomic lamp. The small atomic lamp was something Yu Hong got after hard bargaining. This device was made with radioactive elements as a type of cold light lamp, able to provide continuous lighting for over 10 years without any power source. Of course, its brightness would gradually weaken over time, but as an auxiliary light source in the cave, it was pretty good. Soon, the deal was done. Yu Hong was in a great mood and bundled all the items together. The solar generator was actually foldable, only the size of a medium carry-on bag, and together with the other items, the whole package only weighed about 10 pounds. Yu Hong weighed it in his hands, feeling that the month of physical training had made him much stronger, and the 10 pounds didn't feel heavy. After the exchange, the courier hid the large pyroxene stones and sized up Yu Hong. Buddy, I advise you to evacuate with us sooner. The bunker won't hold this time. The evil shadow is not like the big skin. What do you mean, brother? Yu Hong frowned and asked. It seemed that having obtained so many large pyroxene stones, the courier was in a good mood. Chewing on a chocolate bar, he looked left and right to make sure no one was around, then whispered confidentially. The evil shadow is different from the shadow. The shadow typically stays in a set area, mainly relying on camouflage for ambushes. But the evil shadow can appear anywhere, no one knows how it moves. One moment it's here, the next it's there. He paused. I've heard internal news. It's not much of a secret anymore. Most are leaving already. Of course, just listen. Don't broadcast it. Thanks for the tip, brother. I'll definitely keep quiet. Yu Hong immediately responded in a low voice. I tell you, the number of people the evil shadow killed in this town. An entire street, common folks and the coalition troops alike, not a single survivor. All dead. Uncountable. Too many. The courier spoke with a grim voice, himself trembling slightly, though hardly noticeable. The coalition troops in town. Didn't they ask for reinforcements? Yu Hong's heart skipped, and he quickly asked. Silver Tower specializes in research against shadows but replied with isolation, to give up. The courier sighed. Bro, I hear Silver Tower's response is that each evil shadow is different, each with its own abilities, so Silver Tower has given them different code names. The evil shadow in our town is codenamed Withered Woman. Specific abilities unknown. Still under investigation. That's why there's no dealing with it, we can only evacuate. What about the rest of us? The survivors around here? Yu Hong couldn't help but ask. Fend for yourselves? The courier said somberly. So I'm telling you to get out fast. Once the town is empty, if the evil shadow gets out, it will definitely look for places with people nearby. Our place here, it's a bit close to town. Yu Hong fell silent. He rapidly weighed his options in his mind. Soon, he asked another question. Even if we evacuate with everyone, does that mean there won't be evil shadows in other places? Chapter 29. Unexpected Changes. Alliance Hierarch Tua Ba Gooden. I don't know, the postman shook his head. But the more people there are, the bigger the influence and the authorities will pay more attention. Silver Tower will support us to the greatest extent. That's better than us roughnecks trying to figure things out on our own. Right? You don't think they would come to rescue just for a few of you, do you? Yu Hong fell silent for a moment, then asked, Is the large pyroxene stone useful against the evil shadow? It's said to be somewhat useful. Some people have escaped because of the large pyroxene stone, and theirs were even lower grade than yours. The postman nodded. He had noticed from the marks on the surface of the large pyroxene stone he had obtained that these items were very likely made by the man in front of him. Even if they weren't made by him, they were definitely made by someone he knew and recently because they were too new. He talked so much also because he wanted to earn rewards for recommending talented individuals. The Joint Forces Alliance always had various benefits and rewards for recommending talents, which was also why he was willing to talk to Yu Hong. Thanks for your kindness, bro. I've decided not to go. Maybe if more people from our area leave, the evil shadow would no longer find this place appealing, you know? Yu Hong said softly. The postman frowned, scrutinized Yu Hong's expression, couldn't make out anything, so he tried to persuade him some more. Seeing that Yu Hong was still unmoved, he eventually gave up. Sigh. No matter what, it's impossible to stay around here. Since you don't want to go, I wish you luck in overcoming the hardships. Thank you for your kind words, bro. Yu Hong nodded. And I wish you smooth sailing and all the best. With a sigh, the postman got up and walked towards the stone house. Yu Hong also stood up, ready to leave with his belongings. But just as he got up, he heard a noise behind him and immediately turned to look. It was Dr. Su, leaning against a tree trunk with a bag, apparently having waited for a while. Did I hear right that you can make water filters? Dr. Su adjusted her glasses and asked. Trade? She asked, recalling how she had once looked down on Yu Hong, thinking he was a drag because of her cheeks flushed with embarrassment now. But there was no helping it, A good water filter was essential for maintaining health. Since it could be cleaned and reused, it offered very high value for money. I have another one, let's trade. Yu Hong was not biased against her. Although the woman was sharp-tongued, she was sincere. Her attitudes towards people were all written on her face. No wonder she got beaten up in town. What do you want to trade? I have extra iodophor for disinfection. Want it? Dr. Su asked. Can you still produce iodophor? Yu Hong asked in surprise. Yes, many industrial chains are well established in the large urban areas. Dr. Su nodded. 1 bottle of iodophor for your water filter. How about that?
Ok, Yuong nodded.
Disinfectant was indispensable. Many times, an infected wound was a matter of life and death. Prompt treatment of the wound could often eliminate the need for anti-inflammatory drugs. He quickly traded with Dr. Su. About 200 milliliters of iodophor for a water filter. After finishing the trade, Yu Hong was prepared to return. Suddenly, a soft call stopped him. Turning around, he saw Jenny, whom he had traded with before. Young Yu, that large pyroxene stone, do you still have it? Want to trade? Jenny approached slowly with the blonde, beautiful girl beside her. They're all gone, you're too late, Yu Hong replied, his gaze pausing on the pretty girl next to Jenny before moving away. Looking clean and beautiful was fine, but it depended on the situation. At this time, to actually dare to use filtered water for a bath. Hearing the voice, Dr. Su, not far away, turned back to look at the two. Her brow furrowed as she scanned the pretty girl, seemingly wanting to say something. But soon she held back and gave Yu Hong a calm look before turning to leave. After Dr. Su left, only Jenny, the pretty girl, and Yu Hong remained at the scene. None left, huh? That's too bad. Can I pre-order the next batch of large pyroxene stones then? Jenny asked, frowning. I can't say for sure now. I'm not even sure I can get my hands on some. Yu Hong didn't want to become a tool for producing large pyroxene stone. It depended on whether he had time to stick around and enhance with the black mark. Okay, the water filter you made before was very useful. I hope we can trade again next time, Jenny said, slightly disappointed. No problem, Yu Hong nodded. Mom, aren't you going to introduce us? He made the water filter himself? That's amazing. The blonde, pretty woman suddenly spoke. After speaking, she didn't wait for Jenny to respond but reached out to Yu Hong.
Hello, I'm Aifu.
You're Yu Hong, right? Yu Hong glanced at her clean, fair palm and still shook hands with her. Only, he hadn't expected that she would casually scratch the back of his hand without leaving a trace. Yu Hong noticed that this girl named Aifu gave him a secretive smile. Before he could figure out what it meant, they parted ways. Right, happy to meet you. If you have anything good to trade, feel free to look me up. Candles, food, or other odd items. I might be interested, Yu Hong said simply. In this environment, he didn't care whether someone was beautiful or not, only whether they could get the things he wanted. His current safe house was far from his ideal state. At the very least, he wanted to create a safe house that could be self-sufficient in food, water, and energy. A safe house that could support at least a few years without needing to go outside for trade. And right now, it was far from that. Do you trade large pyroxene stones? Or something like the water filters? Aifu asked curiously. Mainly large pyroxene stones, Yu Hong replied. That's good to hear. I have some junk here. Not with me right now, but next time you come I'll show you and see how many large pyroxene stones it could trade for, Aifu said with a smile. Chapter 30, Unforeseen Changes 4 Part 2.
On nodded.
He always felt that Aifu was a bit improper and unreliable. But due to Jenny's presence, he couldn't say much. This trip had been fruitful as all items were exchanged. Especially the solar generator, which was the biggest gain. If they could reinforce it, life in the safe house would be much easier. There was also the atomic lamp, a continuous light source. Although it was dim, it spared him the constant need to stoke the fire, possibly allowing for better sleep in the future. Soon, holding the exchanged goods, Hong and Jenny agreed on the next exchange date, a month from today, and then turned to head back. On his way back, He saw the postman gathering all the nearby residents who were preparing to leave. They each carried huge backpacks and stood on an open field, listening to the postman loudly stating the rules for leaving together. Dr. Sue and Jenny weren't among them, apparently planning to stay. Carrying a stick and a large bag, Hong left the post office and walked slowly and steadily towards the cave. On the road back, he remained extremely cautious, ever alert to any movements around him, fearing a sudden attack from a shadow. Since it was still early in the day, he also began collecting dry twigs along the way. In this environment, the safe daylight hours were precious and couldn't be wasted. He had to do something. Before long, holding the parcels, the stick, and embracing some dry twigs, he neared the cave. Just ahead, not far from him, on the rocky backside of the cave, two figures in camouflage quietly clung to the rock face, silently waiting. As soon as he reached the cave entrance to climb the steps and open the door, he would definitely pass by where the two were lying in ambush. Hong walked slowly towards the cave, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the stone steps in front of the cave. There were several muddy footprints, fresh footprints. Bang! Hong dropped his things and ran. Without the slightest hesitation or delay, he turned and dashed towards the distant trees. By the time the ambushers reacted, he had already covered more than 30 meters. Damn! Chase him! The two didn't hesitate and sprinted after him. They had received a critical task from team leader Zhao. To not return without capturing him would result in severe punishment, having all their provisions. But if they captured him, all future provisions would double. The gap was substantial. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, the three of them sprinted through the forest, one after another. Hong, having already walked a long distance, felt the toll on his stamina, and soon began to tire. The forest whizzed by his ears. The wind roared, his feet never stopping. This full-speed, explosive sprint rapidly drained his physical energy in an exaggerated manner. Before long, he was breathing heavily, sweating profusely. Fortunately, his legs, strengthened by this period of training, didn't fail him, showing no signs of softness or cramping. Quick! He's almost done for. As he ran, Hong faintly heard shouts from behind. He didn't know who the pursuers were, but he knew that those with good intentions wouldn't be lurking near his safe house waiting to ambush him. Run, run, run. He pushed his legs to their limit, squeezing out every last bit of energy from his body. In a blink, another 100 meters had passed. The three had completely left the terrain near the cave, running into an unfamiliar area far from Baiqiu village. The terrain around them became increasingly difficult to navigate, many parts covered in untrampled bushy slopes. One moment climbing uphill, the next going downhill, sharp or barbed plants left traces on Hong's protective gear. On the two pursuers, however, they left wounds instead. Amid a series of groans, the two people relentlessly chased Yu Hong without giving up. The distance between them was, at most, about 10 meters, and it was slowly closing. Yu Hong's lungs were burning, and he was gasping heavily. He felt he was beginning to lack oxygen. No matter how fast he breathed, whether through his mouth or nose, he couldn't replenish the oxygen that was being used up quickly. I can't go on. My physical strength still isn't enough. I can't hold on. His whole body was drenched in sweat, soaking the clothes clinging to his skin, yet his hands continuously pushed through the bushes in front of him. Seeing that the panting of the two people behind him was getting closer, Yu Hong finally couldn't stand it anymore. With a thought, he controlled a stream of cool air from his lower abdomen to start moving quickly. The cool air left his lower abdomen, naturally followed his own route, moving up from the abdomen to the chest, neck, forehead, and then passing from the crown point at the top of his head down to the tailbone, then moving past the perineum before returning to the abdomen. As the stream of cool air emerged, something miraculous happened. Yu Hong's body, which should have been at the limits of its endurance, felt as though it had rested for a long time, recovering quickly and smoothing out. The sweat stopped flowing, his lungs stopped gasping, and he no longer felt tired. It was as if the long distance he had just run was an illusion. Everything was almost as it had been before he had set out to exchange items. returning to the original state. Thus, Yu Hong moved again. He led the two people behind him, starting to circle around the area of the cave. 1 loop, 2 loops, 3 loops. After at least a mile, Yu Hong was exhausted from full-speed running. But as tired as he was, the two men behind him were panting like bulls, their legs weak.
Yu Hong.
Don't run anymore. Damn, can't do this anymore. We can't let him run anymore. One of the men who had opened the door finally couldn't stand it anymore, reached back to his waist and drew his pistol. Just then, when Yu Hong should have been depleted, a second burst of cool air surged forth. His entire body's strength instantly recovered, and he turned around and pounced. Bang! Caught off guard, the man drawing the gun was hit head-on and tumbled harshly down the slope. The tumbling duo also collided with another person who was climbing up behind them. Ah! With 2 screams, both men were knocked down the slope by Yu Hong. Exhausted as they were, the men, now confronted by Yu Hong who had regained his strength, quickly got up, each facing a strike with a stick. Yang! Right on the forehead. Already exhausted, they were dazed from the fall and had not recovered when Yu Hong struck each on the forehead with his stick. Both men instantly rolled their eyes back and sat unable to get up from the ground. Yu Hong quickly grabbed the pistols from both men, feeling a wave of lingering fear. They actually had guns. He couldn't imagine what terrible state he would be in if he had reacted just a moment slower and been shot. Intense fear and dread made him unable to resist striking both men on the forehead again with his stick. Yang! This time, the two men couldn't withstand it any longer and collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Luckily, the stick was hollow and not heavy. Otherwise, these 2 angry strikes could have been lethal. Even so, blood slowly seeped out from their foreheads, swelling into 2 large bumps. Chapter 31, Choice 1. Huff, huff, huff. In the forest, Yu Hong gasped for air, looking at the 2 camouflage uniforms lying on the ground before him. The outfits on these 2 made him think of Stammering Yi from before. Asterisk, this clothing. Could they be from the United Army? Asterisk, he couldn't help but recall the guy named Zhao Zhenghong who approached last time. That guy claimed it was an invitation, but in reality, he had people secretly lurking by the door, planning an ambush as soon as he stepped out. Someone like that is treacherous and cunning. Given the increased importance of large pyroxene stone after the appearance of the evil shadow, it would be normal to send people to capture him again. Squatting down, Yu Hong carefully checked the 2 individuals. Soon, he found various miscellaneous items. 2 military olive knives, 2 bags of old version luminous stones, and 2 leather water bags, but none of these were noteworthy. One item, however, surprised Yu Hong somewhat. It was found on the guy who pulled a gun. A grayish-white silver dollar. The front of the silver dollar depicted a beautifully sharp tower, while the back displayed a common rune found on luminous stones. Could this be the currency commonly used in the town? Yu Hong pondered as he held the silver dollar. No matter what, he decided to stash it away for now. After gathering all the items, noticing the 2 still hadn't awakened, he saw no reason to stick around. Once he cleaned them out, he headed back the way he came. Whether they survive would depend on their luck. If they wake before nightfall, they might make it, but if not... Quickly, Yu Hong retrieved the items he had dropped and collected scattered dry wood along the way, carrying them back to the cave. The encounter this time, without the effects of the advanced physical training method, with 2 instances of recovery from the cold, he might have already been captured and taken away as a tool. Crack. Using the key to open the door, Yu Hong swiftly entered, closing it promptly behind him. The sound of the heavy door slamming shut filled him with a profound sense of security. He temporarily placed the items down near the fireplace to prevent them from getting damp and moldy. Then, he sat down on a stool to contemplate the day's issues. First, the items he had seized: 2 pistols, 1 silver dollar, 2 knives, 2 bags of old version luminous stones, and the rest were just miscellaneous items. He took a pistol and toyed with it. Having never handled a gun before, he spent a good amount of time figuring out how to remove the magazine. Looking at the magazine in his hand, Yu Hong was a bit speechless. Just one bullet in the magazine. One bullet per gun. Is the official really this broke? Yu Hong was at a loss. He had no idea how the pistols could be transformed, but for now, he needed to prepare in other areas. The appearance of the evil shadow in town was a matter that required prior preparation, not relying on luck. Asterisk evil shadow withered woman? Regular luminous stones are useless. Even the large pyroxene stone could only be used to escape. He gazed at the large pyroxene stones placed in his cave. There were 3 locations around the ground and the doors, but their density might only be effective against shadows. Taking out his last spare large pyroxene stone, which he had kept in reserve. He had thought it would be enough, but now why can a luminous stone disperse shadows? According to what Stammering E said, even without the rune, a luminous stone can disperse shadows. It's just less effective. So, the question arises. He reached out and caressed the rune on the large pyroxene stone. Where did this pattern originally come from? How did the black disaster initially appear? He had a feeling that the rune on the luminous stone might be linked to the emergence of the black disaster. Asterisk, the enhancement of the black mark rejects incomplete functionalities. So, I may be able to use this point to test if this rune alone can counteract shadows. Thinking of this, Yu Hong pulled out a newspaper and a black charcoal pencil. This charcoal pencil had been strengthened, transforming it into a regular-sized pen, yet the writing was much finer and clearer than the previous charcoal pencil. Clearly, the raw material of the charcoal pencil had also been enhanced into some unknown form of charcoal. Yu Hong didn't care about that. All that mattered was its functionality. He laid the newspaper flat on another wooden stool, carefully placing the silver dollar beneath the paper. Then, using the charcoal pencil, he pressed and rubbed against the rune pattern on the silver dollar. Soon, a black rune emerged in front of him. The background of the image was a gray-black color, with the pattern itself being a darker shade, making it clearly visible. After completing the drawing, Yu Hong pressed his hand onto the image. Asterisk, enhanced the shadow-dispersing rune, aiming to strengthen its effect. Asterisk. He recited this silently in his heart. Soon, black strands emerged from the black mark, but quickly retreated. Asterisk, insufficient completeness. Asterisk, failed. Yu Hong furrowed his brow and released his hand. From the black mark, it was evident that the rune did not possess the ability to disperse shadows. At least not on its own. He picked up a regular luminous stone. He obtained quite a few of these from the 2 people earlier and the remnants of Stammering E. He gathered them all, resulting in a total of 4 small bags on the ground. Each bag contained 10 pieces, pre-distributed beforehand. Asterisk. Could it be that 10 pieces are needed to completely disperse shadows?
Astérisque Yu Hong spéculated.
He put down the regular luminous stones and picked up a piece that hadn't had a rune drawn on it yet. Stammering E's tools for drawing on luminous stones were also present. He compared the stones drawn by Stammering E and the ones he had just acquired, noticing that the rune colors on the stones were different, evidently painted with different pigments. Asterisk, it seems the pigment doesn't greatly affect the runes. So, let me give it a try. Asterisk. Grabbing the reinforced charcoal pencil, Yu Hong began carefully drawing on another raw luminous stone surface. He was sketching the original rune, not the enhanced version. The original rune was straightforward, consisting of a circle with 4 letter-like strange symbols inside, a small circle in the center, and a symbol resembling a flame. After practicing several times, Yu Hong quickly drew 5 luminous stones. He placed these stones on the ground from left to right. The arrangement wasn't random. It was according to the neatness of the runes. From left to right, the runes became progressively neater with smoother and clearer lines. Having completed this task, Yu Hong exhaled and again reached out, pressing onto the first luminous stone on the left. Asterisk, enhance into a large pyroxene stone. Direction, amplify effect. Asterisk, he thought to himself. Soon, a black line emerged, only to quickly retract with feedback sounding. Asterisk, enhance to a large pyroxene stone? Asterisk. But what Yu Hong cared about wasn't this question, but the time numbers that appeared on the surface of the luminous stone. Asterisk, 3 days 2 hours 18 minutes. Asterisk. He withdrew his hand and quickly noted down the time. Then he extended his hand to the second luminous stone, repeating the same process. Instantly, the second luminous stone displayed numbers as well. Asterisk, 3 days 1 hour 02 minutes. Asterisk. Then the third stone. Asterisk, 3 days 51 minutes. Asterisk. The fourth stone. Asterisk, 3 days 42 minutes. Asterisk. The fifth stone. Asterisk, 3 days 21 minutes. Asterisk. Retracting his hand, Yu Hong looked at the line of recorded numbers, and at last, a look of realization appeared on his face. Indeed, the duration of enhancement was influenced by the completeness of the enhanced object. The smaller the difference between the pre- and post-enhanced object, the less time was needed for the countdown. From this, if I started using the enhanced rune from the large pyroxene stone, drawing it on the luminous stone, the enhancement time would definitely be significantly reduced.
Yu Hong hypothésised.
That's because I saved part of the rune enhancement time. Let's give it a shot. Immediately, he picked up a raw luminous stone and started replicating the complex rune on the large pyroxene stone. This complex pattern was much more challenging than the regular luminous stones. If the complexity of the rune on a regular luminous stone was 1, then the advanced rune on the large pyroxene stone was at a difficulty level of 4. Not to mention, there were more than a dozen strange symbols needed to be inscribed on the advanced rune. At a quick glance, it even reminded Yu Hong of some game arrays he had seen in memory. As time flowed by, he became engrossed in crafting the advanced runes, entirely forgetting the change in daylight outside. Unconsciously, the sky dimmed outside. Yu Hong lit the fireplace and continued drawing. The firewood he collected this trip was enough to last the night, and based on the information obtained, there was a real possibility that the threat of the evil shadow could reach this area. If it didn't appear, that would be for the best, but if it did, relying solely on those large pyroxene stones would definitely not be enough. So he needed to think of a strategy. Finding a method to combat the evil shadow was naturally the top priority. But in the absence of that, shortening the enhancement time of the large pyroxene stones became all the more critical. After all, even if he didn't use the large pyroxene stones himself, they could be bartered with others, serving as an actual hard currency. Time flew by as Yu Hong diligently practiced. Fortunately, there was neither blood tide nor beetle interference tonight. Yu Hong continued drawing until late at night, and when he felt exhausted, he enhanced some jerky, which would take about 3 hours to complete, assured the countdown, and then fell asleep. He awoke at dawn. After eating and taking care of personal needs, he began practicing the advanced physical training method. At noon, he went out to collect firewood, gather wild vegetables, and replenish water supplies. In the afternoon, he returned to continue practicing drawing the advanced runes, taking breaks to enhance jerky, never wasting any black mark time. Repeating this routine every day. Finally, by the afternoon of the 5th day, the drawing of the advanced rune was successfully completed. In the cave, Yu Hong let out a long sigh of relief, a relaxed smile on his face as he held a freshly drawn advanced rune luminous stone. Not bad. Not worse than Stammering E's work. Eagerly, he put it down and placed his hand over it. Asterisk, enhance into a large pyroxene stone. Direction, amplify effect. Asterisk. With just a flicker of thought, the black mark responded. A black line shot out from the back of his hand, quickly sinking into the luminous stone. Soon after, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. Asterisk, enhance to a large pyroxene stone? Asterisk. Yu Hong didn't reply but released his hand, keeping his gaze fixed on the advanced rune luminous stone. The countdown had already appeared on it. Asterisk. 2 days 19 minutes. Asterisk.
Bang!
Yu Hong struck the ground with a hearty slap. It worked! He couldn't suppress his joyful laughter. As expected, my hypothesis was correct. Reducing the gap between pre- and post-enhancements shortens the enhancement time. He could now produce a large pyroxene stone in 2 days, reducing the time by a third compared to the previous 3 days. This meant he could enhance more large pyroxene stones more rapidly, ensuring his safety and exchanging for more resources. After the initial thrill, Yu Hong quickly had a new consideration. The time for a large pyroxene stone was reduced, but regarding the evil shadow, I have no idea how formidable this entity could be. If the threat of the evil shadow was greater than I anticipated. Chapter 32. Choice 2. Yu Hong's smile slowly faded from his face. He needed information, enough information about the evil shadow. If he could find the survivor who had escaped death, the one who had been attacked by the evil shadow withered woman and lived to tell the tale, he might be able to get first-hand information. Unfortunately, the town had relocated earlier, and that person had likely already left. Thinking this, he decided not to strengthen himself but instead to stand up and pace around the cave. After a while, he stopped in his tracks and walked up to the front door, peering out through the viewing window. The forest at dusk was utterly silent. The distant Baiqiu village had only a faint outline and was similarly quiet. Looking at the scenery outside, Yu Hong suddenly thought of something. His expression changed from a slight frown to contemplative. He pulled over the board and his gaze fell on the rune-enhanced Wolf Fong Club. This club had started off as merely a crude steel luminous stone club, but now it had improved much. Of course, the item had already been strengthened once, and a second time would be useless. So what he was considering was not the club itself, but the idea of placing a large pyroxene inside the club. If a single piece of large pyroxene is insufficient, what if I combine several pieces into one? Or even grind the large pyroxene into powder and mix it with ink to draw advanced physical runes? Could that enhance the effect and shorten the time? Asterisk. 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 More than 10 kilometers away from Baiqiu village was Baisher town. On the winding, lengthy central street, dried yellow leaves were blown about by the wind, rustling as they tumbled across the ground. The flat gray concrete street was full of potholes and cracks. The shops lining the street had long been closed. The dim sunlight split the street into patches of light and shadow. Bang! Suddenly, the door of a shop burst open from the inside. A muscular, bearded man in gray sportswear, looking disheveled, rushed out and sprinted towards the end of the street. He was sweating profusely, his eyes bloodshot, and in one hand, he clutched a large pyroxene. The jade quality of the large pyroxene was rapidly turning pale from top to bottom. This indicated it was being swiftly depleted. Don't kill me. Don't come any closer. The man was on the verge of breakdown. He cried out, his voice echoing eerily alone on the street. Please, don't come any closer. He shouted with a trembling voice, stumbling forward. He kept looking back, scared, as if something was chasing him. But behind him, there was nothing, just a quiet, empty street. Thud. Suddenly, the man lost his footing and fell to the ground. A clear black mark slowly appeared on his back. The handprint wasn't large. It seemed like a child had made it. But now that handprint emerged through his clothes, as if it had been smeared with ink, visible clearly on his jacket. Hiss. Suddenly, a massive amount of black liquid started oozing from the handprint. The liquid turned his clothes black, and along with that, his arms, face all swiftly turned black. As his body became blackened, the man quickly started to shrivel, as if dehydrated. He struggled, making sobbing sounds from his throat, but within a few seconds, the cries ceased. The man's body also stopped moving entirely, turning into a charred, desiccated corpse. A gust of wind passed. The dried-up body suddenly vanished, leaving only a pile of clothes behind. Asterisk. 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 The next day, Baiqiu Village Post Office. In front of the stone building of the post office in the woods. Jenny, Dr. Su, Yu Hong, and Old Yu were all gathered together. Jenny looked somewhat haggard, as if she hadn't rested well the previous night, and her gaze was somewhat unfocused, lost in thought. Dr. Su held a piece of jerky, biting into it occasionally, squinting his eyes. Old Yu was specifically responsible for breeding lizards and making jerky, his expression grimmer than before. Old Yu, didn't you leave? Why are you back? Dr. Su spoke. I ran back halfway. They suddenly demanded everyone to hand over half of their resources. Everyone had to pay. Haha. If I hadn't remembered the way back, they'd have really fleeced me. Old Yu sneered. He turned and his gaze fell on Yu Hong. Young man, Jenny said you can get large pyroxene? Are you sure it's a long-term stable source? I can, but I need to rest sometimes. Yu Hong nodded. He had planned to take over Old Yu's breeding cave with Jenny and Dr. Su. After all, they needed a steady food supply, and before leaving, Old Yu had already agreed to hand over his breeding cave to those who stayed. He didn't expect Old Yu to return so soon, but it was good he came back. They certainly wouldn't be as skilled at breeding as Old Yu himself. It's good to hear that. Now we have candles and large pyroxene. As long as we're careful, we have a great chance to live safely. Now that everyone is here, I propose we all move into the vacated post office basement. It's the sturdiest place, rooms are big enough, equipped well, and it's good to have company, Old Yu suggested. I have no objections. I brought down the candle-making tools. I'll supply the candles from now on. They're not hard to make, Dr. Su replied. I'd rather not. I'm used to living alone. Yu Hong refused. I'm fine with anything. Jenny nodded. We're one person short, but that's settled then. Jenny handles clothing, repair, and modification. I handle food, Yu Hong handles the large pyroxene stone, and Dr. Su handles wax creation and emergency medical care. From now on, it's just us here, so we'd better help each other out and try our best, Old Yu said, clearly anticipating Yu Hong's reluctance. Is there any news about that evil shadow in town? Yu Hong couldn't help but ask. Without knowing the strength of that evil shadow, he always felt a heavy sense of foreboding, as if something bad might happen. There is a bit, Old Yu said. It's said to be related to the black mark. If you see a black handprint in the wilderness, don't touch it. Stay away. Old Yu lowered his head and coughed a few times. Anything else? Jenny asked. Just this. Don't think about going to town to scavenge. Some people who stayed have gone to town and not many have come back alive. Old Yu smiled strangely. In these times, living another day is a blessing. Cherish it. After agreeing to meet at the originally scheduled time, the four each returned to their dwellings. Yu Hong confirmed that the food source was fairly stable and the supply of candles was good, which settled his mind quite a bit. Returning to the cave, the ground was covered with great pyroxene rune patterns he had sketched. All of these were from his practice sessions, not using a charcoal pencil, just roughly sketching with stones. Looking at the mess in the room, Yu Hong sighed, knowing he still had much to do. He had shortened the enrichment time for the large pyroxene stone. He had already started its formal enhancement yesterday. Without knowing how much pyroxene was needed to dispel the evil shadow, he could only try to produce as much as possible. At the same time, he had to explore new and more effective methods to resist the evil shadow. Taking out a protein bar and biting it, Yu Hong took off his shirt and began exercising the advanced physical training method. After working out for an hour, he started searching for a hammer and found a corner in the cave. He crouched down and began grinding vigorously. He had already shattered a small primitive pyroxene stone before. The main task now was to grind it fine enough. If the action of dispelling shadows is constituted by luminous stone and rune together, then surely I could make it work by using pyroxene powder to trace the rune. Yu Hong thought while grinding the stone, his mind racing for better methods. About half an hour later, the luminous stone powder was ready. He mixed in a bit of carbon powder, poured it into a wooden bowl, added water and stirred. It became a batch of standard luminous stone ink. After the success, Yu Hong glanced outside. The sky was darkening again. Why does it feel like it gets dark faster and faster? He furrowed his brows, walked over, and slid the peephole cover shut. Ever since being startled by a shadow, he never left the peephole cover open while sleeping anymore. With the peephole cover shut, This time he didn't light the fireplace but lit a candle instead and placed it on a wooden stool. Then, he took a wooden stick, dipped it in luminous stone ink, and carefully drew the great pyroxene rune on the side of the stone wall by the fireplace. The stone wall was not even, so he had previously chiseled an area the size of a basin with a chisel and hammer. Since he had already practiced elsewhere, carving the rune on the wall was not difficult for Hong at all. After all, the requirements were not high. A rough match was enough, and it was large. It was much easier than drawing on a small pyroxene. Yu Hong carefully wiped away the fine dust on the wall, then filled in the lines of the great pyroxene rune with luminous stone ink bit by bit. The lines were fine, not requiring much luminous stone ink. In about 15 minutes, the entire wall rune stone carving was complete. Yu Hong stepped back to admire his handiwork. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door rhythmically knocked. "Is anyone there?" An unfamiliar female voice came from outside. "It's getting dark outside. Could I come in and take cover? I heard noises. Is someone there?" The voice outside continued. Yu Hong's expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Glancing at the door where he saw the great pyroxene behind it slowly but firmly changing color, top to bottom, he exhaled, pulled a stool over, sat behind the door, leaning against the side wall, and silently watched. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued relentlessly. Once, twice, 3 times. Finally, all fell silent again, and the great pyroxene behind the door had depleted by 1/3. Yu Hong quickly removed it and replaced it with a fully charged one. Casually using the black mark to charge the great pyroxene, he stood up and returned to his sleeping bag to lie down and rest. The amount of consumption of the large pyroxene determined the duration of recovery. This time, the knocking shadow was not strong, only needing 2 hours to fully recharge. Yu Hong, laying on his back, his hands cushioning the back of his head next to the candle. The biggest advantage of a candle over a fireplace was that it did not need additional wood. And according to what Jenny had told him, the light from the atomic lamp could not dispel the blood-tied black insects. Only open flame could. Luckily, my goal in buying the atomic lamp was just to experiment with the enhanced version. If I could directly enhance something like an energy reactor, he fantasized. As the days passed, he had become accustomed to living in this dangerous forest, accustomed to falling asleep in an ever-present state of potential danger. Knock, knock, knock. In the dead of night, the candle flickered. Another round of knocking woke Yu Hong from his sleep. He glanced at the door cover, which showed nothing but darkness outside. Knowing it was another shadow, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up, lifted the pot of boiling water, and took deep gulps to hydrate. After drinking, he ignored the continued knocking and went to the luminous stone ink rune he had drawn during the day. The basin-sized rune stone carving had already dried. The rejuvenated large pyroxene lying on the ground had also been fully recharged by the black mark. Ignoring the large pyroxene, Yu Hong stretched out his hand and lightly pressed it to the large rune on the wall. This was his experiment. If successful, it would greatly increase the efficiency of using the pyroxene compared to before. Chapter 33. Strengthening 1. Inside the cave. In front of the gray-black rune pattern, Yu Hong's palm gently pressed against the cold, dry stone wall. At the same time, he silently recited, "Enhanced pyroxene rune, direction. Intensify the dispersal of shadow effects." Hiss. Instantly, a string of black lines flew out from the black mark on the back of his hand and burrowed into the stone wall. 1 second later, feedback sounded. "Would you like to enhance the pyroxene rune?" An icy mechanical voice asked. Yu Hong was initially stunned, then slowly curved the corners of his mouth. "It worked! It really worked!" he rejoiced in his mind. This proved his hypothesis. Such a combination could indeed help disperse shadows. With this, a piece of luminous stone, once refined, could have these runes etched onto any surface, anywhere. And with the black mark replenishing them, these large runes were no longer single-use items, but could perfectly protect any area around them. At this moment, a black number appeared in the center of the rune stone carving on the wall. 1 hour 12 minutes. Is it because the amount to be enhanced is lesser, so it doesn't need more time?
Yuon spéculated.
After all, it had taken only a third of the luminous stone ink he had prepared to finish this rune stone carving, and enhancing such a small amount of material surely wouldn't take much time. Just over an hour. I can try enhancing it to see the effect. He felt a faint sense of anticipation and immediately replied yes in his mind. Instantly, the number on the rune stone carving began to slowly count down. Taking advantage of the countdown, he found a stool to sit on by the side, fiddling with another unloaded handgun in his hand. He raised it to aim, fired an empty shot, and put it down. He continuously practicing drawing and shooting the gun from different angles. Since there were no bullets, the practice was safe. The 2 consecutive roundups by the Allied forces trying to capture him, treating him as labor, had left Yu Hong feeling insecure, although the Allied forces had probably moved on with the townspeople by now. It was uncertain when they might come back. And the 2 men who had attacked him previously, when he had gone to check on them while gathering firewood, all that was left were 2 tattered sets of underwear. Clearly, the blood-tied black insects had devoured everything, flesh and bones, during the night. This deepened Yu Hong's awareness of the dangers at night. Right, if I can practice shooting myself, practice my gunmanship, and then summarize my own shooting insights, could I use the black mark to enhance it? Would I get a better shooting training manual? After pondering for a moment, Yu Hong quickly came up with a unique new enhancement idea. Also, I need to prepare detection methods. If there's something like trap bells, placing them around might serve as a cautionary measure. He stroked his chin. The cave safe house was hard-earned, so its basic safety had to be ensured. As the creator of the large pyroxene stone, the appearance of the evil shadow would inevitably increase the importance of the large pyroxene stone. Subsequently, there might be more people looking for trouble. He had to prepare in advance. Post office gathering spot. Several burrows were clustered together, forming a small gathering point. The most solid and largest of them was undoubtedly the stone basement beneath the post office. It was more of an emergency war shelter rather than a basement. It was large, almost the size of the entire Baichou village, situated more than 10 meters underground. Since the outbreak of the Black Disaster, these war shelters had become refugee bases for people everywhere. During extremely troublesome invasions of the Black Disaster, those who couldn't survive would hide in these shelters, seeking temporary refuge. At this moment, in the dim and cramped emergency shelter, dark corridors stretched ahead. On each side of the corridor were several small restrooms. Greenish atomic lamps hung overhead, casting a dark green glow down the corridor. Moist, cold air swirled through the vents, stirring up the corridor. Old Yu stood with a protruding belly, constantly looking around cautiously as he walked up to a room's door. The gray-black iron door was full of rust. He reached out and gently grasped the doorknob. Click. The handle turned downward. The door was slowly pushed open. Old Yu was about to enter and close the door behind him. Suddenly, the skin on his left side tingled. From his left face down to his left leg, his entire left side naturally broke out in goosebumps. A strange yet familiar sense of horror instantly surged into his heart. Old Yu's throat moved. He felt something on his left. Out of the corner of his eye, he faintly saw someone standing in the dark corridor on the left. Gulp. He swallowed, slowly turning his head to look that way. His whole body trembled, his right forearm shaking, the sleeve sliding down to reveal rough yellow-black skin. On that skin was a clear black handprint. Swoosh! He quickly turned his head, glancing sharply to the left. There was nothing in the darkness. The corridor was empty, with only his breathing audible. At this moment, he was the only person in the entire underground shelter. Others would move in after packing up their things tomorrow. He thought he could last through the day, just one short day. But now it seemed, sweat flowed down his forehead to the tip of his nose, then dripped. Old Yu nervously stared at the left corridor, confirming repeatedly that he saw no one. Then he turned back, gently pushed open the door, and entered his bedroom. Quickly, he grabbed a bag of luminous stones from the corner, hugged it to his chest, and sat on the bed. The candlelight flickered on, illuminating the surrounding eyes. The light provided him a measure of safety. He sat on the bed, trembling all over, burying his head in the quilt, and sobbed silently. He hadn't actually escaped on his own. He was discovered to have the black mark forcibly expelled. There was no demand for half of his supplies. It was simply because he was infected with the black mark. Why do this to me? Oldju stared at the candle in front of him, couldn't help but cover his face with both hands. Tears streamed down his face continuously, even dampening his palms. I was just greedy for a moment. I returned everything. I really did. Tears blurred his vision. He sat alone in the dark bedroom, shrinking on the bed, not daring to move. Click. Suddenly, someone outside twisted the handle of the bedroom door. The clear noise was especially harsh in the quiet environment. Oldju shuddered, fearfully raising his head to stare at the door. He had double-locked that door. How could it possibly be opened? But the reality was, the bedroom door, which had been double-locked and chained with a metal chain, had been opened a crack. Creak. The door slowly opened, revealing the darkness outside. Oldju stared dead at that darkness, at that crack, not daring to blink. The basement door was locked, and a bag of luminous stones hung on it. The corridor below also was hung with luminous stones everywhere. He had used all his savings to exchange for a large amount of luminous stones. Bag after bag, hung everywhere. Even some were ordinary stones painted with the large pyroxene stone runes. No human could have entered. The shadow couldn't have. But now, bloodshot appeared in Oldju's eyes as he stared without blinking, tears flowing down his cheeks and eyelids. But the intense fear and sense of crisis made him not dare to move, staring intently at the door gap. Fortunately, the open gap remained still. It seemed just like it was blown open by the wind. This slowly raised a hint of doubt in Oldju's heart. Maybe I was just too scared earlier, forgetting to lock the door when I entered. With this slight doubt in his mind, he picked up a luminous stone, glanced at the bag, and saw all the stones were intact, not consumed. This settled some of the fear in his heart. Raising his head, he picked up the candle, and using the light, stood up, planning to relock the door. Whoosh! Suddenly, the candle was blown out by a breath. Someone, just behind him, suddenly came over and blew the candle out. Oldju's body stiffened with fear. The moment the light went out, he dimly saw beside himself a vague figure with long hair. Darkness, completely swallowing everything. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the cave, Yu Hong stared in anticipation at the countdown of the large rune on the wall. If this test was successful, it meant he could quickly construct the anti-shadow rune array anywhere at any time. Yes, he called this large rune a talisman array. If this type of talisman array is repeatedly stacked, intertwined, even directly arranged with the giant pyroxene, the power would definitely exceed that of ordinary large pyroxene stones. Yu Hong pondered in his heart. Of course, such a combination of talisman arrays would definitely take a long time to enhance. His main concern now was what this large talisman array could be enhanced into. Soon, the countdown entered the last half-minute. He silently anticipated, staring at the rune on the wall. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Swish! In that instant, the rune blurred for a moment, then became clear again. The originally rough lines of the rune became smoother and more perfected after becoming clear. The graphite used inside, its color also became deeper, seemingly the concentration was increased. The most critical part was the whole talisman array faintly showed a hint of jade-like texture. Clearly, it had completely become the material of the large pyroxene stone. It worked!
Yu Hong es mood lifted greatly.
It took just a little over an hour to complete. This meant he could significantly shorten the production cycle of the large pyroxene. Assuming the effect of this talisman array wasn't worse than the large pyroxene stone. Even if the talisman array is slightly worse than the large pyroxene stone, As long as it's stronger than the average luminous stone, it's still good, Yu Hong calculated in his heart. Looking at the talisman array in front of him, he thought about where to find a shadow to test it. Thinking this, he quickly crouched down again, looking for space on the back of the main door to draw a talisman array. In just 10 minutes, the well-practiced Yu Hong quickly made a basin-sized talisman array on the back of the main door. Then he stretched his hand to press it, preparing to enhance. Wait a second. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Since I can guide the enhancement direction, why not directly enhance more, making its effect stronger? Maybe I should test the upper limit of the black mark enhancement. Thinking this, Yu Hong's heart stirred. Black mark enhancement certainly has its own intensity limit. Otherwise, why would a luminous stone only turn into a large pyroxene stone and not a giant pyroxene? The default enhancement amplitude, whether it can be adjusted, is decided by what? Hong planned to take the opportunity to test the numerical value. Immediately, he pressed his hand on the talisman array, and a thought arose in his mind. Strengthen the talisman array, direction. Enhance its effect until the limit. Instantly, black lines flowed out from the black mark and merged into the talisman array, and a clear countdown emerged. 2 days, 13 hours, 09 minutes. That much? Shock coursed through Hong's heart. He recalled the countdown of just over an hour he had spent just now. Then compared it with these additional 2 days. He understood at once that the extent of the enhancement could indeed be adjusted. But he needed to actively change it. Would you like to begin strengthening? The cold mechanical voice of the black mark rang in his ear at this moment. Hong took a deep breath, ready to give it a try. Yes, he confirmed with certainty in his mind. Hiss! The instant he responded, a trace of jade-like light flashed across the talisman array on the door. Immediately afterward, Hong's entire physical strength and spirit rapidly began to flow toward his right hand, toward that mysterious and eerie black mark. His whole body tensed, feeling as though the black mark was like a vortex, a bottomless black hole, crazily devouring everything in his body. Physical strength, spirit, even flesh and blood, seemed about to be completely absorbed by it. With this terrifying absorption, he struggled to fight back, to stop it, but to no avail. All his strength was being consumed by the black mark. Wait! I can still recover. Suddenly, Hong rapidly came to his senses and hurriedly mobilized the 2 strands of cool air he had cultivated in his lower abdomen. This was his special reserve, honed through the advanced physical training method. As he manipulated it with his mind, the first strand of cool air swiftly sprang into action, circulating throughout his body, spinning, restoring the physical strength and spirit that were close to being depleted. But it was still not enough. Hong only felt the strength and spirit he had just recovered continuously being devoured by the black mark. Soon, the first strand of cool air was exhausted. He quickly mobilized the second strand. Just as the second strand was about to run out, the black mark seemed to calculate Hong's limit precisely and stopped just in time. Everything returned to calm. Who? Hong sat down on the ground, gasping for air. He felt as if he had almost been devoured and absorbed, becoming part of the black mark. Is this the limit of the black mark's strengthening? He finally understood that the black mark probably consumes a small amount of his physical and spiritual strength on a daily basis, so he hadn't felt much. But this time, to enhance it to the maximum limit, it started to devour a significant amount of energy. Hong, still unsettled, looked towards the talisman array behind the door. The countdown there finally started moving, meaning the strengthening had officially begun. Next, just wait honestly and see what it's like after the enhancement. Despite the recent scare, Hong calmed down and was even more eager to see to what extent the talisman array could be strengthened. After all, the recent experience had given him a good fright. For 2 days, while the black mark couldn't be strengthened, Hong diligently practiced the training method every day. That training method was essentially a running technique. The more he practiced, the more he felt his legs becoming more flexible and his muscles seemingly getting stronger. The next day, early in the morning, as the sky was just beginning to brighten, Hong set up a small pot, threw in dried mushrooms, wild herbs, protein bars, added water, and started simmering a thick soup. Above the fireplace was a metal lid that could directly heat the pot, without worrying about smoke seeping out. Standing by the fire, Hong held a spoon in one hand and added firewood with the other, constantly stirring. The protein bar quickly dissolved and broke apart, tainting the soup a milky white. A rich, sweet fragrance slowly accompanied the mushroom aroma as it wafted out. Within the milky white soup, the grayish mushrooms and dark green wild herbs occasionally popped up with the stirring spoon. But Hong's expression remained unchanged, silently stirring. After waiting for a while, he covered the pot. The soup smelled good, but tasted hard to describe. And having the same thing every day, dozens of meals in a row, even the tastiest food could become nauseating. While the soup was simmering, Hong sat down by the fireplace and began to examine the newly acquired handgun. Holding the gun and comparing, he found that this gun seemed different from those he had seen on television before. The gun's safety wasn't at the back but on the side. It also had a built-in simple sight, just a small circular lens with a red cross drawn on it. On the side was engraved a line of text, Aurora Manufacture. With only one bullet, it means that the production of firearms ammunition was likely subjected to large-scale restrictions, possibly production line issues, but more likely problems at the mines. After all, even iodine could be manufactured, so the difficulty shouldn't be greater than that of such slightly complex chemical products. Hong clipped the gun, along with its holster, to his lower back. He had already loaded both bullets into it. I've never used a gun and am not sure about the kickback, but the best way to use it is to scare people. Don't fire unless it's absolutely necessary, and if you must, use it at close range to ensure a higher hit rate. After doing this, he began to dismantle the solar generator he had purchased from the postman. He planned to fortify it before use. As for the direction of fortification, it's best to enhance durability. Once this kind of machine breaks down, I won't be able to repair it. It'll be junk. So prolonging its lifespan is key. Soon, the soup in the small pot began to boil and steam rose. Yu Hong snapped back to reality, got up to cover the fire, and save the wood. Then he took the pot off the fire, took out a pair of twig chopsticks, and prepared to eat. Suddenly, a rush of hurried footsteps came from outside. The footsteps crushed twigs and leaves, rapidly approaching until they reached the entrance of the cave. Thump, thump, thump.
Yuong,
Are you there? There's been an accident. Old Yu is in trouble. It was Dr. Su, her voice urgent. Yu Hong quickly stood up and checked the large pyroxene stone behind the door, ensuring there was no energy consumption, and immediately knew the visitor was human. What did I trade with you last time? For safety's sake, he still needed to verify information. Iodine tincture. It was iodine tincture. Click. Yu Hong opened the door to see Dr. Su, her face covered in sweat and a look of sheer panic. She had even run over in just a tight, light gray tracksuit, not bothering to put on a jacket. What exactly happened? Yu Hong asked in a low voice. Old Yu is in trouble. His place is locked, and no matter how much we knock, there's no response. We suspect he's in trouble. I heard you bought a set of stone chiseling tools from the post office. Dr. Su quickly replied. Got it. I'll bring it right away. Let's head over together. Yu Hong nodded rapidly. Just a moment. He pulled her through the door and quickly shut it behind them, to guard against shadows. He then swiftly found the stone chiseling kit in the cave, grabbed his favorite luminous stone Wolf Fong club, stuffed a protein bar into his mouth, took a water bag, put on a stab-proof vest, donned a hood, and lined it with thick layers of newspaper. Lastly, he thought about it and decided to bring along the luminous stone graphite he had just prepared. He was busy with hurried preparations. Dr. Su, who had just entered, was somewhat dazedly observing the strange safe house cave. It was completely different from her safe house. The floor was covered with those mysterious rune lines on the surface of the luminous stones, which seemed to be ground white marks made with stones, some fragmented, some quite intact. A huge jade talisman array on the wall caught her attention. Somehow, that talisman array gave her a soft sense of security, making her feel comfortable. Besides that, what surprised and shocked her the most was the fireplace. It was like it was made of crystal glass, merged with the rock wall. The fire burning inside could clearly shine through, illuminating the cave. Above the fireplace, there was a metal disc for conducting heat for cooking. This craftsmanship, this design, Dr. Sue compared it to the crude fire pit in her own underground den. A feeling of hard-to-describe heartache emerged. Look at what others have. They can even make a fire and cook food, drink hot water on rainy days. And herself, once the door is closed and ventilation is insufficient, she didn't dare to start a fire and cook inside the safe house. Otherwise, before the food was cooked, she might be suffocated by the smoke. Looking at this warm and transparent fireplace, Dr. Sue's eyes were filled with longing, just like a wild dog that hadn't eaten for 10 days, seeing a piece of smoked meat that could fill its belly. That greedy desire to pounce on it and take the whole fireplace home was so strong that even Yu Hong at her side felt a shiver. "Did you make this fireplace yourself?" Dr. Sue couldn't help but ask. Even though old Yu was in trouble, her own cravings were overwhelming. It took a long to gather the materials and it can't be replicated anymore. The main body isn't something I can make. I just fitted it into the wall, Yu Hong replied quickly. That's nice. Dr. Sue's eyes stayed glued to the fireplace. God knows how long it had been since she had slept peacefully by a stove. At night, once the door was closed, she must completely extinguish the fire. Otherwise, she would most certainly suffocate in the room. And now, the temperature was starting to drop, and at night her underground den was cold and damp, with a smell of mildew everywhere. But here, not only was there no hint of dampness, but it was also warm as spring. Let's go. Didn't you say old Yu was in trouble? We should head over, Yu Hong urged from the side. Dr. Sue reluctantly touched the fireplace one more time, then turned and left. You don't have to extinguish the fire? She asked. No need. When the wood burns out, it will extinguish by itself. It will also help to dry out the room, Yu Hong replied. The two of them locked the door and quickly headed toward the gathering place near the post office. 10 minutes later, when the two arrived at the post office, Jenny and her daughter were already standing at the stone house entrance, holding a device and testing everywhere. The screen of the device was red, flashing with a changing number. Seeing Yu Hong and Dr. Sue arriving, Jenny's face turned grave and she came closer. Something indeed has happened. The red value inside has reached over 100. What does that mean? Yu Hong asked. It means there's something like a shadow in the underground shelter at the post office, Jenny replied. But what's strange is that I've checked, and both the basement door and the ventilation ducts remain unopened. Old Yu wouldn't have left luminous stone bags behind the door either. So we need to smash the door open and see. Regardless of what happened, there are still plenty of dried meats and dried mushrooms at Old Yu's place, enough for us to eat for a long time. We must salvage them, Jenny quickly said. We also need to consider where our next meals will come from. Old Yu's place definitely has complete notes and tools for breeding, Dr. Sue added. Don't tell me we have to break down the door and go inside? Aifu, Jenny's daughter, couldn't help but interject. It's definitely dangerous inside. I'm not going. Whoever wants to go can go, but I'm not going. Her complexion changed slightly. She stepped back and wore an expression that said this had nothing to do with her. Chapter 35, Trouble 1. If we don't go down there, we won't have any food. Aifu, Jenny whispered, frowning as she tried to persuade. I can go down, and you can stay up here to support me. Okay? All right. But Mom, you need to be careful, Aifu replied quietly. The moment she realized she didn't have to go down, she no longer objected. Enough talk. Let's get started, Dr. Sue said, glaring at Aifu in annoyance. She reached out her hand toward Yu Hong. Give me the tools. I'll open the door. Better let me do it. Yu Hong shook his head, grabbing the stone carving set and walking to the stone house door at the post office. First, open this door. Then, where's the entrance to the basement? It's inside the house, so we have to open 2 doors. Dr. Su replied. Yu Hong said nothing more, took out his hammer and chisel, and started pounding on the door lock, with the constant dull thuds echoing around. After dozens of hits, the stone house door lock was finally battered beyond recognition. Wood chips scattered all around, and a fist-sized hole appeared where the keyhole used to be. The wooden door loosened a bit. Yu Hong retracted the hammer, stepped back, and kicked forward. Bang! The wooden door didn't budge. Wait! Dr. Su, standing nearby, said in exasperation. He reached out, grabbed the door handle and pulled it outward. Creak! The door opened gently, revealing the dark environment inside. All right? Yu Hong was speechless, putting away the tools. As they stood at the doorway, the first thing they noticed was a net bag that had fallen to the ground inside the entrance. The red net bag was filled with grayish-white luminous stones. However, at that moment, all those luminous stones had turned pale white, clearly indicating they had been entirely used up. Seeing the depleted bag of luminous stones, everyone exchanged glances and became visibly serious. All the luminous stones are consumed. Obviously, a shadow had been here, so be careful. Shadows love hiding in these dark environments. Jenny was the first to speak, and in reality, her skills were the best among them. I'll go in first. After thinking for a moment, Jenny took out a round, smooth large pyroxene stone from her waist pouch. The material of this large pyroxene stone was identical to the reinforced one Yu Hong had, but the patterns on it were entirely different, being an older, simplified version. Is that a luminous stone core? Dr. Su exclaimed in surprise. That's not ordinary. One piece equals 10 regular luminous stones, and it's incredibly expensive. You have one. My husband left it behind, Jenny replied coldly. If not for the extreme sense of danger this time, she wouldn't have taken it out. It was meant to be her last resort, life-saving treasure. It's been many years, right? I heard recent changes in the rune patterns, with more effective complex versions coming out. Why haven't you got it washed and repainted? Dr. Su asked curiously. It can't be washed off, and even if it could, it wouldn't matter. The rune serves to guide the arrangement. As soon as it's drawn, the effect takes place, and even wiping it off afterward has no impact. Jenny explained. As she spoke, she hung the large pyroxene stone around her neck, grabbed the machete strapped to her thigh with one hand, and held a red value detector in the other, cautiously moving toward the entrance. She led the way in, with Dr. Su in the middle and Yu Hong bringing up the rear. As for Aifu, unwilling to go below, she stayed at the stone house entrance to keep watch. The three formed a line inside, making their way to the stone house's central hall. In the middle of the hall was an open basement door, with the dark basement entrance below. Cold winds surged from the entrance, spreading around, making the whole stone house feel chillingly cold. With a glance, Jenny took out an atomic lamp flashlight, aimed it at the entrance, and pulled open the flashlight's cover, casting a green glow inside that illuminated a slightly rusted silver metal ladder. I'll go down first. Don't rush in until I call you, she advised the two, taking a deep breath. Okay. Dr. Su agreed, and Yu Hong nodded along. Once assured that they were okay, Jenny flipped herself over, lightly clung to the metal ladder, and climbed down like a monkey. Shortly, she reached the basement hall 10 meters below. Taking advantage of Jenny's descent, Dr. Su pulled out a hand-drawn map, spreading it out for Yu Hong to see. The structure down below mainly consists of corridors. We entered where all corridors converge. With this as the center, there are 3 corridors connected around, each with several rooms and storage areas. This place was initially constructed for shelter during war times to guard against weapons of mass destruction. Dr. Su sighed, but didn't expect it to be used in times like these. Are the corridors narrow? Yu Hong asked, looking down with a frown. A bit. I went down a few times before to bandage the postman. The corridors are at most a meter wide to save materials and space, and the height isn't much either. Dr. Su nodded. Yu Hong fell silent, standing to the side of the basement entrance, his hand unconsciously rubbing the handle of his luminous wolf Fong club, his expression more serious than usual. Time slowly passed. About 5 minutes later, Jenny's voice came from below. "It's clear, you can come down. There's nothing inside." Her voice carried a hint of fatigue, accompanied by the dim green glow of the atomic lamp. Yu Hong and Dr. Su looked at their luminous stones simultaneously, ensuring there were no signs of depletion, then slowly climbed down the metal ladder. The two reached the basement's center hall, stepping onto the floor and surveying the surroundings. Under the green light, the entrances to 3 corridors were set around the hall's walls, like 3 dark, terrifying caves blowing cold wind outward. "I found old Yu's usual room. Follow me." Jenny, holding the flashlight, spoke with a somewhat somber tone. "Did you find him?" Dr. Su asked, his face tensed. He wasn't concerned about old Yu personally, but rather worried that without him, acquiring food in the future might become much more difficult. "I'm not sure." Jenny shook her head, turning around to lead them into one of the corridors. The two followed her, crossing the dark corridor, heading to one of the side rooms. If old Yu wasn't short on resources, why didn't he use some atomic lamps for lighting? This place is so dark. Wasn't he scared? Dr. Su couldn't help but ask. He mentioned before that the atomic lamp's radiation was too high and feared getting cancer. Now it seems. Jenny didn't finish her sentence. Among the 3 of them, she had known old Yu the longest, whereas Dr. Su and Yu Hong were outsiders who had been saved by stammering Yi. So Jenny was best acquainted with old Yu. He was just a coward, greedy and stingy, and lecherous. He even pursued me once. She sighed again as she spoke. The other 2 were at a loss for words. Although Jenny was older, she still had a great figure, toned and strong, with her face devoid of wrinkles and her skin well maintained. Given that their environment deprived them of sunlight and everyone had become paler, she possessed an allure resembling the Western vampire beauties Yu Hong had once read about. So the fact that old Yu pursued her wasn't too far-fetched. "It's here, be careful." Jenny held the large pyroxene stone in one hand, staring at the ajar iron door, her expression growing more serious. She lightly pushed the door with the machete's tip, using it to apply force. Creak. The iron door slowly swung open, revealing the dark room inside. The room was empty, with a messy bed in the corner, suggesting someone recently occupied it. Everything else, like tables, chairs, and cabinets, seemed normal with no suspicious signs. Jenny was about to step inside. Suddenly, she jerked back in alarm, her breath becoming rapid. "Careful!" She spread her arms out, blocking the other 2 behind her. "Look at the floor," she quickly said. Both Yu Hong and Dr. Su followed her direction. On the black floor of the room laid a scattered set of gray men's work clothes. The work clothes included long-sleeved shirts and pants, with a dirty, yellowing white shirt inside, and a pair of high-top rubber boots below the trouser legs, their shiny white rubber material reflecting a ghostly green under the atomic lamp. "It's old Yu's clothing and shoes," Jenny said in a low, complex voice. "It seems he's gone." Dr. Su looked at the remaining clothes, feeling a bit downtrodden. In a place with so few people, losing another one, especially the one crucial to their food supply, was a major blow. She squatted down and reached out to touch old Yu's clothing. Suddenly, her pupils shrank, and she swiftly stood up, retreating. "Wait!" Everyone moved back. "Don't touch those clothes." Hearing her command, Jenny and Yu Hong stepped back without hesitation. "What's going on?" Yu Hong also grew tense, gripping his club, scanning their surroundings. "Look at the back of the clothes." Dr. Su gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. Yu Hong quickly directed the atomic lamp to take another look. Old Yu's clothes, flipped over by Dr. Su, revealed a clear black handprint on the back of one sleeve. A black handprint! His heart sank. Having just learned about the evil Shadow Woman's traits, he was now confronted with this ominous mark. "We need to leave. We can't stay here." Jenny made a decisive decision, turning to leave. The other 2 felt a chill in their hearts and followed closely behind. None of them dared to touch anything, hurrying back to the small hall, climbing the ladder, and returning to the stone house. Bang! Jenny kicked the basement entrance cover shut with a metal lid. "This place is off limits," she declared firmly. Old Yu wasn't just wandering out. Now thinking back, he must have been marked with the black handprint, which is why he was driven out and couldn't be moved with the rest. Dr. Su's face turned pale. "That old guy actually hid it from us. I've interacted with him, too. What if I've been contaminated? Let's check each other carefully. I've heard as long as there's no direct contact, it's generally not contagious." The black handprint shows through clothing. Jenny took a deep, troubled breath. She felt very angry. Knowing Old Yu's cover-up could spell doom for everyone in the shelter. "Let's check each other." Yu Hong finally spoke after a long silence. The three of them became quiet. Slowly, they distanced themselves from each other, encircling to inspect for any black handprints on their bodies. A few minutes passed, and fortunately, none of them showed signs of contamination, which brought them some relief. "We can't stay here. Let's go outside," Jenny said seriously. "What about food?" Yu Hong asked. "Without Old Yu, we need to find our own food. Wild veggies alone won't suffice. I roughly know some of Old Yu's farming methods. Let's explore, and if we can't manage, we'll have to come down and search again," Jenny replied. Chapter 36, Trouble 2. Suddenly, the three of them left the stone house. Jenny took the nervous Ifu at the door back with her. Dr. Su and Yu Hong exchanged some candles for large pyroxene stone and also went back to rest and repair. Carrying things with him, Yu Hong didn't go straight back but first arrived at Old Yu's former residence, a cellar that looked like a small earthen mound. He pulled open the cellar door, and immediately a musty smell and the stench of rotting meat wafted out. Holding his stick and barely holding back his nausea, he carefully crawled inside. About 10 or so minutes later, he emerged from the cellar, reeking, with a black-covered notebook in his hand, and strode away. He returned to the safe house in the cave. Yu Hong had returned to his regular rhythm of living, exercising in the morning, going out to gather wood, find water, and dig for vegetables at noon, and in the afternoon enhancing his reading with studies of the Black Mark. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Click. At noon inside the stone house, Yu Hong broke a dry twig into 2 pieces, shortening it to fit easily into the fireplace, then tossed it aside and continued with the next one. Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught the countdown timer behind the main door. The numbers there were now down to the last few minutes. "It's coming. Soon, I'll know what the effect will be after enhancing to the limit." His heart swelled with anticipation. Although the threat of the evil shadow had already reached the post office gathering places, as long as he wasn't infected and with the talisman array enhanced by the black mark on his side, he didn't believe that shadow and evil shadow would be able to harm him without making a sound. The only thing he was somewhat worried about was how much effect the talisman array would have on evil shadow. Without a real test, no one knew if it could withstand the pressure. The few minutes quickly came to an end, and the countdown numbers abruptly dropped to 0. Hiss! A blur shrouded the talisman array behind the door, but it cleared in an instant. The talisman array that reappeared was now completely transformed. Its originally gray-white lines had turned a faint silver after enhancement. The runes of the talisman array had changed from the previous large pyroxene stone level to a new and far more complex pattern, filled with many detailed gradations of depth. "It looks very effective, just don't know how it will work for real." Yu Hong looked at the talisman array with some joy, reached out to touch it, and felt its surface was unnaturally smooth, as if nothing had been carved on it. "Not bad, not bad. Now, if I grind the large pyroxene stone into powder and make it into luminous stone graphite, would the effect be even stronger?" He now had a rough grasp of the lower limits of the black mark. Indeed, each object could only be enhanced once, but if an enhanced object was processed further and adding a lot of one's own things into it, then it could be enhanced again. The difference lay in the majority of one's own contributions to the mix. It just so happens that the evil shadow might be nearby, and with those soldiers that came before, I must be careful at all times. These past few days, Yu Hong had also set up some simple alarms around, such as threads tied between trees, hidden in the grass, completely invisible if one didn't look closely and slowly. But as soon as the threads were touched, they would instantly trigger the bells they were connected to. The bells were found in Old Yu's stone house but were now being used as alarm lines. Snapping back to reality, Yu Hong went over to another corner, took a large pyroxene stone, and started grinding it into powder, and mixed it with water and carbon. Soon, with skilled hands, he finished making a new batch of large pyroxene stone graphite. This time, instead of engraving elsewhere, he picked up a prepared wooden board and meticulously started drawing the great luminous stone array. The complexity of the silver talisman array runes was too great, and he had to carefully observe and even take into account the variations in depth. He couldn't learn it just yet. So instead, he chose the jade-like runes he was increasingly proficient in, which were the enhancement runes that came with the quality of the large pyroxene stone. Quickly, within 10 or so minutes, a new wooden board talisman array drawn with large pyroxene stone graphite had taken shape under his hands. Following that, he stretched out his hand and pressed down, starting the enhancement. And it wasn't just any enhancement, but one that aimed for the maximum limit. Before long, a new countdown appeared on the board: 2 days, 1 hour, 04 minutes. Yu Hong also appeared completely drained, making the difficult decision to start the enhancement process. He planned to make as many preparations as possible. If Jenny and the others failed to successfully breed the meat, he would have got to likely move food from Old Yu's cellar. As for how strong Evil Shadow actually was, he wasn't clear, so he could only do the best he could. If it really came down to it, he would try to fumble through by himself with Old Yu's notebook. But that was the last resort, as starting from scratch would surely lead to many failures and run into numerous problems. Asterisk. 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 In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. In the post-office gathering place, in Jenny's cave. The increase period is coming. We're running out of dried meat. Mom, is there any hidden food left? I'm so hungry. Aifu slumped on her bed, flipping through a romance novel. Didn't you just eat? Jenny's voice came from the workroom. I gave you all the dried meat and we have none left at home. I'll go see Dr. Su tomorrow to see if I can borrow some. She had already given most of the food to her daughter, but after 5 days, she still had not managed to grow edible mushrooms. Growing mushrooms was the first step in breeding lizards. But now, she didn't even know where to begin. She had seen Old Yu sprout mushrooms so easily and quickly before and thought it would be simple, but now it seemed too slow. But Mom, I'm really hungry, Aifu complained. You've already borrowed from Dr. Su before, he surely has none left. Endure it for now, we're almost there. Let's just make do with mushrooms and wild vegetables for now, Jenny said helplessly. Old Yu's disappearance had left her, who had planned everything so well, in a difficult situation. She had planned to breed her own food, but she hadn't expected Old Yu to return midway, so she thought she didn't need to worry about food and stopped her efforts. And now, just when it was time to resupply food, Old Yu was gone. This had left Jenny and Dr. Su in a state of hunger due to the lack of food. There should be some at Old Yu's house, right? Why don't we just go take it? Aifu said discontentedly. He's gone anyway, so doesn't that mean we can take it as we please? No, what if we get infected with the black handprint? Jenny was startled and sharply retorted. I can deal with any trouble for you usually, but this time you must listen to me. You must not go to Old Yu's place. It's very dangerous. Seeing her mother so determined, Aifu could only nod to show that she definitely wouldn't go. However, her eyes were darting about, and as she lowered her head and touched her shrunken, hungry belly, it felt like her whole body was burning with a fever, craving meat, meat, meat. Deep down, she became increasingly preoccupied with the thought of all the food stored at Old Yu's place. Rumor had it that Old Yu even had candies and drinks that were brought in from the town. If she could get her hands on those, it would be so awesome. People have been dead for so long now, that black mark must have faded away already. Besides, I'm just going in to grab some stuff before leaving. I'm not touching any black mark. There surely won't be a problem. She scoffed at the idea internally. As the high-risk period was quickly approaching, the reserves of dried meat at home were running low. Without quickly stockpiling some, She might not perish from the bugs but could very well starve herself to death. Now that the supplies and canned goods left by her old man at home were finally finished, everything had to be replenished from the outside. If she didn't go out now, she would lose the strength to do so when hunger struck. While Aifu paid lip service, she sneaked out of the burrow the moment her mother left to borrow food from Dr. Su. She didn't wander around unnecessarily and soon arrived at the stone house with the smashed door. Then, turning on her atomic lamp flashlight, with a hint of fear on her face but driven by her unbearable hunger, she hesitated briefly before finally taking the plunge and dashing inside. Before long, she crept out, carefully making her exit from the basement. Fearing that her mother would discover and scold her, she only managed to take a small package of snacks from the door. These were snacks she had hidden for herself, resolutely deciding she must not let her mother find out, or else she might face a beating. After returning, Aifu carefully hid the snacks. Sure enough, her mother didn't notice, which gave her a great sense of accomplishment. The next day, she made excuses to go out and collect firewood, but instead she went to Old Yu's basement, lit the candles there, rummaged for food, and indulged in a good meal. The third day was the same. As time slowly passed by, Aifu failed to notice that with her constant entering and exiting of the stone house's basement, the place where she went inside had gradually moved further in from the initial basement entrance. With no incidents occurring, her vigilance slowly decreased, and day by day, she carefully lit candles in the basement, feasting to her heart's content. Soon, after wiping out a room's supply of dried meat, she moved on to opening the next room. As more time passed, eventually, she arrived at the bedroom where Old Yu had been attacked before. In the pitch-black hallway, candles were lit at intervals, offering Aifu substantial reassurance. After secretly feasting for so many days, she was utterly convinced that there was nothing wrong with the place, no danger at all. Her mother and Dr. Su were just scaring themselves. Humming a little tune, she approached Old Yu's bedroom door and observed the scattered clothes on the floor, also noting the black mark on the sleeve. As long as I don't touch the black mark, it's all good, right? They make it sound so scary. But see, there's nothing wrong. Aifu stepped over the clothes and into the bedroom. Using the light from the candle in her hand, she quickly searched the bedroom, looking for food and nice things. The dark and chilly basement was completely lit up by Old Yu's candles, illuminating every corner. It really did seem that people don't treasure what's not theirs, as Aifu was now wastefully enjoying these supplies that originally belonged to Old Yu. After a thorough search, she soon let out a cheer, finding a piece of white chocolate in a cabinet. "This is tasty!" She popped it into her mouth, humming with satisfaction. Snap! At that moment, a soft sound came from the bedroom doorway. Aifu froze, turning her head to look carefully. She noticed that one of the candles at the room's entrance had gone out. Snap! As she turned to look at the doorway, there was a small sound beside her, and, to her surprise, the candle in her hand also went out. Aifu hurriedly turned back, but saw nothing. Looking around at the room that was gradually darkening, she started to feel afraid. "I need to get back." She took 2 nervous steps backward, rushing towards the door. And just as she was about to step over the pile of clothes at the door, whoosh! Suddenly, 2 candles at the corridor's entrance were blown out. Now only 2 candles remained alight in the hallway. Aifu was so startled that she shivered, her foot slipped, and she fell backward, landing on her butt. Thud! She sat down hard on the ground, her buttock aching from the impact. As she hurriedly tried to stand up, suddenly her whole body stiffened. Looking down, she was sitting right on top of Old Yu's pile of clothes.
No.
Can't be! She felt a chill and her scalp tingled as she got up and ran out. However, she completely failed to notice that a clear black handprint was slowly forming on her lower back. Whoosh! After she left, the last 2 candles in the corridor were instantly snuffed out. Before long, it was almost time for the high-risk period to start again. At this time, Yu Hong and Dr. Su, along with Jenny, agreed to meet and trade supplies. Inside the safe house, Yu Hong meticulously prepared to bring everything he could. Having trained for some time, he had clearly improved his physical condition and now had an extra strand of cool qi inside his body. That meant he now had 3 strands of cool qi to utilize. I hope Jenny can manage to secure the dried meat. Otherwise, I can hold out for a while, but they surely won't make it. After packing his things, Yu Hong opened the door, gazed at the bright sunshine outside, and strode out, heading toward the post office's gathering place. Chapter 37, Trouble 3 by Alliance Hierarch. The sun was scorching, and the sensation of its rays on the skin was akin to needle pricks. The temperature had already climbed to at least 30 degrees. Yu Hong, fully armed, walked for a short while before he was drenched in sweat, but he dared not remove his gear. In this environment, he had to guard against not only the shadow and evil shadow, but also other people. So he endured the heat. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he quickly arrived at the post office gathering area. He waited in front of the stone house's door for a while, watching the surroundings carefully while waiting for others to arrive. The gray-white stone house stood quietly amongst the dark green trees. The exterior of the house was full of blotchy, unidentifiable marks, and the edges and corners were worn with signs of collision. Some green and gray-brown vines had climbed up to the roof. A breeze blew, stirring the branches and leaves of these plants slightly. Yu Hong looked down and his brows furrowed slightly. The ground outside the stone house seemed. The footprints were somewhat. "Yu Hong, you're here early today?" Jenny's voice came from behind. "Yeah, it's about to be the surge period soon. Trouble is coming. We need to prepare in advance. The problem now is how to solve the food issue." Yu Hong turned around to face her. Jenny had changed into a form-fitting camouflage outfit, looking tired with bloodshot eyes. Clearly, she hadn't rested well. As she walked closer, an unpleasant sour stench drifted from her body. It seemed that she didn't even have time to wipe down. "I tried cultivating mushrooms, but the ones I grew were completely inedible. All contaminated, toxic bacteria," she sighed. "The ones we usually eat should be oyster mushrooms, right?" In the past few days, Yu Hong had gone through old records, which, while lacking detail on the cultivation process, detailed various problems encountered. This was akin to a collection of past mistakes, which was highly informative. Stalk mushrooms, similar to oyster mushrooms, are non-toxic, thrive without light, and produce a substantial quantity when mature, making them suitable as supplemental food. The key is that these mushrooms don't require light, making them perfect for cultivation in their damp, enclosed environment. Could it be that the cultivation process didn't guard against other fungal spores? Contamination doesn't just appear out of nowhere, Yu Hong speculated. "I was careful, but it's impossible to completely eliminate it." Jenny shook her head. "I heard that Old Yu had his own incubator specifically for cultivating oyster mushrooms. If we could get that, it should be easy." "Where's the incubator?" "In the post office basement." Both fell silent for a while. No one dared to enter the post office basement anymore. Once marked by the evil shadow handprint, facing the withered woman, much stronger than the shadows, even the town's united forces couldn't withstand her, leaving them no choice but to evacuate. It wasn't even worth mentioning regular people like them. "I also tried cultivating. I remember Old Yu used to secretly dig up soil in some corners of the forest. I suspect specific soil is necessary for successful mushroom cultivation." Dr. Su's tired voice came from the side of the two. She wore a black long t-shirt and jeans, her lips chapped and her complexion pale. "Also, I must remind you that when trying to cultivate mushrooms, you must be wary of a disease known as mushroom lung."
Mushroom lung.
Yu Hong seemed to recall something, his expression changing slightly. He remembered seeing information about this disease online. Yes, during the cultivation of mushrooms, when they are about to mature, they silently release spores. If these fungal spores are inhaled into the lungs, they can potentially cause mushroom lung disease. Symptoms include coughing, white phlegm, chest tightness, asthma, and sometimes fever, palpitations, nausea, etc. Dr. Su paused. "Of course, The disease requires prolonged exposure to mushroom spores to develop, so it is generally manageable if you're careful, ventilate properly, and wear masks.
No wonder.
Old Yu was always coughing. Maybe there was already a problem, Jenny mused. That's possible, but talking about it now doesn't help. The critical issue now is how to get food. Dr. Su changed the subject. The three exchanged glances, falling silent. A breeze blew, and the sunlight scorched their bodies, failing to provide any warmth. Without food, they couldn't survive a week. Yu Hong was still okay. He had protein bars which could last a day each, and some extra food he had traded with Old Yu, so his current food supply could last another 2 weeks. But Jenny and Dr. Su were in trouble. Judging by their appearances, they would likely run out in a few days. We can only look for other sources of food to tide us over if we can't figure out the cultivation method, Jenny said grimly. It was clear she had thought about this before arriving. As for what other food, I suppose no further explanation is necessary? Are you suggesting scavenging other people's places? Dr. Su was the first to catch on. Would that work? Surely, they would have taken everything? There's definitely more underneath the post office, and I know a few holes where people died during the surge period. There's surely something there, just that the doors are difficult to open, Jenny replied. Shall we go? Dr. Su looked at Yu Hong. Ever since she visited his safe house, she had grown a subtle admiration for him, understanding he was not all talk but actually capable. It was just unfortunate that Yi had left so early. Otherwise, following Yu Hong, they might actually have a shot at a better life. Let's take a look. Yu Hong nodded. If they could procure some valuable miscellaneous items from others, it would be worth it even if they couldn't get any food. Especially the red value detector. He was quite envious of that device. If he could get his hands on one and enhance it, it might be very useful, at least for environmental alerts. That's fine. I'll lead the way shortly. Just follow closely. Jenny nodded, as if she had anticipated their agreement. By the way, where's Aifu? Isn't she coming out? Dr. Su suddenly asked. She said she's feeling unwell and is hiding in her bedroom alone. Not sure what she's doing. But she's moving less, so she's consuming less. And I didn't bother her, Jenny responded. Speaking of which, wasn't Aifu in town before? Why did she suddenly come back? Why didn't she move with the town? Dr. Su curiously asked. This? I'm not sure. Jenny's face revealed a hint of discomfort. It seems she offended someone in town. I don't know the specifics. But you both know, Aifu is very beautiful, always attracting a lot of admirers. That's true. Sometimes being too beautiful is not a good thing in these times. Dr. Su agreed with a sigh. Yu Hong was walking at the back, wiping off his sweat while listening to the conversation at the front. When he heard about offending someone, his expression also showed a thoughtful look. In the quiet woods, the three, carrying tools, left the stone post office and moved along a rain-washed stream, soon arriving in front of a small hillock. Below the hill was a crude iron door. The door was black, painted, and areas where the paint had peeled off revealed yellow rust. Jenny stopped in front of the iron door, picking up a thick branch and knocked on the door panel. Clang, clang, clang. The door emitted a dull sound. This is Elxie's dwelling. He and his father lived here. They both went to dig pyroxene ore in the distance one day, and then never came back. Elxie, such a shy young man. Both he and his father were good people. He even helped me chop wood. Dr. Su also remembered the person, sadness showing in his eyes. Good people don't last long in this world. It has nothing to do with being good or bad. Surviving is all about being careful enough. Yu Hong interjected. That's true. Dr. Su nodded. The three fell silent and allowed Yu Hong to step forward with the chisel he had brought, and he began smashing the door.
Bang, bang, bang.
The iron door was already severely corroded and the lock was quickly smashed off. Yu Hong pulled the door open, and immediately a visible cloud of dust poured out. A mixture of mold and foul smell rushed into their nostrils. What's this stench? Jenny quickly stepped aside, covering her nose, her face contorted. It's a corpse. Dr. Su covered his nose and squinted into the cellar. In the narrow cellar, A gray-yellow corpse that had decayed down to skin and bones lay quietly on the ground, surrounded by tiny bugs. The corpse wore tattered long sleeves and pants, gray-white in color, with an arm wrapped in a bandage and a pair of black glasses on his head. He lay with his face turned to the side, his eye sockets eaten away, leaving only 2 gaping holes, staring straight out as if desperately yearning to leave even in death. "It's Elxie. I was the one who bandaged him up. Didn't expect him to have come back." Dr. Sue recognized the identity of the corpse, his eyes suddenly showing a hint of sorrow. "What a pity. He was a good young man. Don't feel sorry, we don't have much time." Yu Hong stepped beside the body, holding his breath as he entered the cellar. After rummaging around, he quickly found 2 bags of jerky, a bag of dried mushrooms, and a half-eaten bag of dried wild vegetables. The food is still here, he didn't starve. He walked to a corner where a fire pit was located, picked up a crumpled aluminum kettle from it, shook it, and still half a kettle of water was inside. There's still water, he didn't die of thirst. It was the shadow. Dr. Sue bent down and picked up a bag of powdered pyroxene from the ground. The powder still faintly showed traces of red runes. Yu Hong shook his head, took the food out, and after checking it was okay, he divided it among the 3. Then the 3 moved on to the next house. They kept smashing open cellars, and with time passing, they visited other survivors' safe houses that had been abandoned. Some were empty with nothing inside. From others, they found some food. After visiting 5 safe houses, each of them ended up with 2 bags of jerky, a little over 1 bag of dried mushrooms and dried wild vegetables, which somewhat resolved their urgent needs. After searching through the last house, Jenny glanced at the sky. "We still have time, we could make a trip to the nearby pyroxene or mine. Smash some pyroxene to take back as a reserve, shall we?" She looked at the others. "How far is it from here?" Yu Hong asked. "From here, about 2 kilometers. But the paths in the woods are much tougher than on flat ground. So we must hurry if we're going," Jenny replied. "Let's go tomorrow. It's too rushed now, in case something happens on the way, and we end up stranded outside overnight. That would be dangerous." Yu Hong frowned. Chapter 38, Trouble 4 by Alliance Hierarch. Jenny glanced at Dr. Sue and noticed she also seemed to agree. "All right, let's head back first. Anyway, our food should be enough to get us through this peak period." After reaching an agreement, the 3 of them hurried back. Along the way, they also picked up some dry firewood. The journey out was slow, but the return was much quicker. It took them less than 20 minutes to successfully get back to the gathering place at the post office. Just when they were about to part ways, Yu Hong suddenly thought of something and spoke up. "Oh right, Jenny. I remember it was several days from when Brother Yu came back until the incident happened, right?" "Yes, it definitely was several days." Jenny nodded. "Does that mean that even if someone is infected, they can delay for several days and infect others?" Yu Hong frowned. Then the question arises, what is the mode of transmission for the handprint? "Do you know?" "Contact, it should be contact," Jenny replied. "As long as you touch the handprint, or an individual bearing the handprint, you might get infected." "I see." Yu Hong nodded, glanced at Dr. Sue while holding his stuff. "Since it's contact transmission, then who did Brother Yu come into contact with when he first came back?" The other 2 fell silent. As they recalled carefully, a chill ran through both of them. Brother Yu, a butcher, had contact with almost everyone. From this point of view, any of them could be infected. "Let's check again. Everyone be careful." Yu Hong paused, his eyes drifting towards the stone house. "Also, there's something else." "Mom!" Suddenly, Aifu's voice came from not far away. She looked somewhat haggard, wearing a gray sweater and black long pants, and quickly walked towards them. As she approached, she didn't even glance at the food in her mother's hand. Instead, her eyes swept over and landed on Yu Hong, lighting up with delight. Immediately, she walked quickly towards Yu Hong. "You, Brother Yu." She forced a sweet smile, pushed out her chest slightly, subtly accentuating her body curves. "I heard you can make large pyroxene stones. Do you have any left with you? Could you sell me some more?" "Aifu." Jenny, standing beside, couldn't stand it and scolded. It's okay. Brother Yu is a good man. Mom doesn't need to worry. She discreetly moved another step forward and reached out to hold Yu Hong's hand. Stop! Suddenly, Yu Hong stepped back, his gaze cold, maintaining distance. I have a question. He stared intently at Aifu. What? What question? Aifu was startled by his loud voice, and she stopped in her tracks. Jenny, on the other hand, was wary of Yu Hong, silently placing her hand on the knife hilt on the outer side of her thigh. She was worried that Yu Hong might hurt her daughter. After all, too many people living alone had mental issues these days. Without saying another word, Dr. Su also grasped the handle of the short knife tied around her waist, quietly moving closer to Yu Hong while watching Aifu and Jenny. Obviously, she trusted Yu Hong more than Jenny and her daughter. Amidst this tension, the four of them split into two sides, faintly confronting each other. Don't be nervous. I just want to ask a question. Yu Hong stepped back, gesturing for Dr. Su to also keep her distance. The footprints at the entrance of the stone house at the post office. Apart from ours from the day we left, there was another set. Whose are they? His gaze fell on Jenny and Aifu. Don't lie, I remember the shape of the footprints from when we left that day. But today when I came, I noticed the footprints were different. Someone definitely went in and out of the stone house more than once after that. Upon hearing this, the complexions of all three changed. Jenny and Dr. Su were puzzled and fearful, while Aifu was simply panicked. Jenny glanced and immediately noticed something off about her daughter. She knew her daughter too well. Whenever Aifu was panicked, her body would stiffen. She would slightly lower her head, avoiding eye contact, and unconsciously press her hands on the outer sides of her thighs, wiping off the sweat that seeped through her palms. Aifu! She suddenly shouted loudly, the sound echoing through the forest. Was it you? She clenched her teeth, looking at her daughter in shock, her eyes slightly bloodshot, staring intently, hoping her daughter would respond with a no. But Aifu's reaction swiftly dashed her hopes, plunging it into despair. Puff! Aifu covered her face with her hands, standing still, her complexion pale. Took a good while before she slowly turned around. The reason she changed into black pants was obviously to hide the gradually emerging black handprint on her body. If it hadn't been for Yu Hong raising doubts, Aifu herself couldn't resist interrogating, and the three of them wouldn't have noticed the handprint on the black trousers without careful examination. Upon seeing the handprint, Yu Hong and Dr. Su didn't say a word and quickly moved away. We found the food this time. Let's all disperse and calm down for a while, Yu Hong quickly said. Jenny! Dr. Su called out, noticing that Jenny didn't seem to intend on keeping her distance from her daughter. She couldn't help but remind her. One person being infected may still be repelled by the large pyroxene stone. But it's different with two. She paused. And another thing. Dr. Su's gaze turned fierce, staring at Aifu. Keep an eye on your daughter. Her words were quite discourteous. Jenny stiffened, her eyes reddened, as though she hadn't heard the reminder, but just stubbornly turned her head, gazing at her daughter. She stood motionless, her chest heaving dramatically, with her back to Yu Hong and Dr. Su and crouching down slowly with Aifu, as if she was deaf. Dr. Su didn't speak again and quickly left with Yu Hong, carrying some items. The two checked each other as they left, one after another, spinning around to make sure there were no black handprints on their bodies. After confirming they were clean, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Aifu definitely intended to infect us. Dr. Su gritted her teeth. Why would she do that? Yu Hong took out a large pyroxene stone from his chest, which had changed color halfway, and let out a breath. It was this stone that had alerted him. Initially, he was not sure who had entered the stone house. However, once the large pyroxene stone reacted, he quickly identified the target. There must be some benefit, otherwise she alone, and Brother Yu alone, wouldn't conceal it and make contact with others deliberately, Dr. Su speculated. I've always felt something was off, Yu Hong spoke. With a personality like Aifu's, in such a tough environment, how can she still lack any sense of vigilance? With shadows and bugs all over, hasn't she been frightened? Speaking of which, Dr. Su revealed a hint of reminiscence. Aifu truly is different from normal people. At the earliest, when I remember Jenny's family first arrived, her father was still here. A very frail old man with utterly pale face. He was much older, at least 20 to 30 years older than Jenny. And what? And at that time, Aifu rarely came out. It was usually her parents who appeared, Dr. Su recalled, leaning against a tree trunk. Later on, Aifu's father suddenly said he wanted to go out one day, and then he never came back. After that, Aifu began to go out. That girl is quite impressive. Don't be fooled by her naive appearance. She's actually a linguistic genius, knowledgeable in 4 foreign languages and deeply versed in ancient linguistics. I don't know why their family moved here. Any other anomalies?
Yuhong précède.
Just one more thing. Dr. Su suddenly frowned. Their burrow, no one has ever entered. They also don't allow others to visit. Plus, several times during peak periods, when everyone was barely surviving and several people died, their family was always fine. This seems to indicate some issues. Yuhong nodded, assessing the situation based on what Dr. Su had reported. They seemed to have some hidden secrets. Definitely. After Aifu went to town before, she even brought back 2 men who pursued her, but they quickly disappeared without a trace. I always feel something is wrong with this girl, Dr. Su said, frowning. Let's avoid getting close to them for now, and if there's any problem, come find me immediately. Also, report any abnormalities. Yuhong took out another large pyroxene stone from his waist pouch. I'll lend you a large pyroxene stone for now. Remember to be cautious. The large pyroxene stone emits a slight heat when it changes color. Carry it close to your body, and it can help identify many dangerous places. He handed the large pyroxene stone to Dr. Su. Regardless, she was the only medical personnel nearby and was also his acquaintance with decent nature. If he could help, he would. Thank you. Dr. Su's eyes flickered, her expression showing a touch of emotion. She quickly took the large pyroxene stone. I'm currently researching a type of herb, mostly made from wild herbs and minerals found nearby. It is very helpful for external infections, and I'm close to a breakthrough. I'll provide it to you for free once it's ready. Great! Yuhong's eyes lit up, not expecting an additional gain. Be careful. I will. Dr. Su nodded emphatically. The 2 parted ways under the tree, each headed back to their respective dwellings. When Yuhong returned to the safety cave as dusk was falling, Yuhong placed the firewood in the corner, started a fire, and began to cook. Sitting by the fireplace, he carefully recollected the details about Jenny and Aifu, his brow increasingly furrowed. Evil shadow has been getting close, silently reaching people around me. It seems Aifu is definitely doomed. If Jenny stays with her and does not decisively separate, she too is bound to die. In this case, it looks like soon only Dr. Su and I will remain. The food problem has not been solved, and we're down 2 members. He sighed. He stirred the bottom of the fire with a stick to allow more airflow. The bright firelight flickered on his face, shining intermittently. After adding the wood, Yuhong got up, checking the talisman array still being fortified on the cave walls. He had set up talisman arrays in all parts of the cave walls, but it was a general fortification, not an extreme one. At this moment, numerous talisman arrays densely covered all the walls and floor, aimed at preventing material penetrating evil shadow and shadow from entering the cave. The threat of evil shadow was within close reach. He must prepare to the utmost extent. These talisman arrays spread throughout the cave were the first step. The second step was to create a temporary array plate that could be carried and used. The purpose of making this was to go to other places to test the defensive range of the talisman arrays. How large an area a talisman array could protect was crucial information. Only after determining the area could he fortify this thing onto clothes, weapons, armor, and even on himself. Chapter 39. Secrets of the Number 1 Genius Girl Witch Alliance Hierarch. The next day, Baiqiu Village. A warm breeze was blowing, at the hottest part of noon. In front of the desolate bungalows in the village, A tall figure clad in a gray and black stab-proof suit slowly walked on the gravel path, as if inspecting the surrounding environment. The figure wore a helmet and carried a black wolf fang club, its spikes glinting with a faint silver in the sunlight, looking quite ferocious. Before long, the figure lifted its head, revealing Yu Hong's expressionless, pale face. He paused and stopped in front of a slightly larger gloomy stone house. Without a word, he quietly took a backpack off his back, opened it, and took out a palm-sized yellow wooden board. Embedded in the wooden board was a jade-round great luminous stone array. He gently affixed the talisman array wooden board to the stone house door and then nailed it in place lightly. After lowering his hand, he pulled open the door, gazed into the dark blackness inside, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. Soon, his figure disappeared into the darkness, plunging into silence. Time ticked away. 5 minutes later, bang! A figure suddenly burst out of the darkness and ran towards the door. It was Yu Hong. His expression was calm, and several spikes on the wolf fang club he was carrying were bent. Hiss! Behind him, a woman in black with her head smashed in was rapidly closing in, flickering, extending her ghastly pale, rotting right hand toward his back. Just as the woman's hand was mere centimeters away from Yu Hong, suddenly, he rolled forward on the ground and rushed out through a crack in the door, narrowly avoiding the grasp behind him. Caught off guard, the woman in black smashed her hand against the door, nailing the talisman array wooden board. Ah! A sharp, impalpable sonic wave burst forth, and the woman in black's right hand rapidly translucent, twisted as if being blown by the wind like mist, about to dissipate. Then her entire body seemed to be subjected to intense interference, twisting rapidly and stirring up numerous ripples. Puff! A few seconds later, the woman in black disappeared from the spot, and the talisman array wooden board on the door turned completely ash-gray, and the array patterns also frayed. After the scream, all returned to calm. On the gravel path, Yu Hong slowly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the talisman array wooden board on the door. The effect is even stronger than that of the common large pyroxene stones. It seems that the power of the luminous stone and the talisman array is linked to the specific surface area of the talisman array. This wasn't even the most powerful silver talisman array, but rather an ordinary great luminous stone array, and it managed to fend off a shadow. After taking down the nails and talisman array wooden board, he carefully assessed the range of the talisman array's effect. Around the talisman array wooden board on the wooden door, there was a faint ring of ash-gray marks. These marks, like a circle drawn with lime, surrounded the talisman array itself. They had not been there originally but had emerged on their own after the talisman array made contact with the shadow. Yu Hong gently touched the marks, confirming they couldn't be wiped off. They were already etched onto the wooden door. He withdrew his hand thoughtfully, judged the size of the circle. It was about 3 times the size of the talisman array. After jotting down some notes on a piece of newspaper with charcoal, he gathered his belongings and quickly left. After walking some distance, he suddenly felt a cold breeze behind him and quickly looked back towards the stone house he had just left. Inside, with the wooden door wide open, stood a blurry female figure in black. It was the same woman shadow that had just been dispersed. But the woman shadow seemed to be reconstructing, her body gradually becoming clearer from the blur. Yu Hong diverted his eyes, estimated the time, recorded the data, and then hurried away. He soon left Baiqiu village, picking some dry branches on the way back to the cave. He took out the luminous stone ink again, completed the broken lines of the talisman array on the wooden board, then pressed his hand on it. The lines flashed, and a countdown automatically appeared on the board. 45 minutes. After completing these tasks, Yu Hong went to the corner, took out a thin wooden board talisman array he had been working on since the day before. This talisman array was embedded in a very thin board, almost as thick as a mobile phone. He made over 10 such boards, all piled in the corner. Since discovering that Aifu was infected with the evil shadow handprint, he had begun to fully prepare for fighting the evil shadow. Ordinary large pyroxene stones definitely couldn't block it, This had already been tested by others, and the effect of a single large pyroxene stone was at most equivalent to a bag of ordinary luminous stones. And with so many people in the town dying overnight, it was impossible that no one had tried bags of luminous stones. Most likely, bag-contained luminous stones were completely useless. Therefore, he needed a more potent solution. And the talisman array was his prepared trump card. Sitting in the corner, Yu Hong picked up a board and began drawing a great luminous stone array on it. Click. Just then, faint footsteps were heard outside. Click, click. The sound was slow and rhythmic, stepping on dry branches and steadily approaching. As the sound drew nearer, Yu Hong stopped his drawing, carefully placed the board down, and stood up, clutching the Wolf Fang club beside him. His gaze warily fixed on the door, he slowly moved forward, his footsteps synchronizing with the approaching sound. The peephole in the door was shut, only allowing glimpses of dim sunlight leaking through. Despite the bright and warming light, a strong, bone-chilling cold steadily rose from within Yu Hong's heart. Click, click. The footsteps were still approaching. Finally, the sound stopped. The owner of the footsteps seemed to have stopped near the door. He appeared to be pondering, hesitating, standing motionless. Yu Hong also reached behind the door, holding a Wolf Fang club in one hand and 2 pieces of large pyroxene stone in the other, gently pressing against the wooden door. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The outside had become completely silent.
Yu Hong estance nerve gradually relaxed.
He glanced at the large pyroxene stone placed behind the door. This piece of large pyroxene stone had silently consumed half its volume. Now it had halted and regained its calmness. He sighed with relief. Reaching out, he pulled open the viewing window's cover and looked outside through the window. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. The day was clear and empty, nothing in sight. Seeing this, Yu Hong exhaled a long breath, replaced the large pyroxene stones behind the door, then pulled the cover shut again.
Bang!
Just then, a ghastly white face fiercely pressed against the viewing window's iron grid. With a loud noise, the rotting face squeezed into the grid, making the grid squawk, almost bursting at any moment. The face stared intently at Yu Hong, making another push. It actually managed to burst through the iron grid forcefully and squeezed into the room through the viewing window. Buzz! In an instant, the large pyroxene stone behind the door turned into white powder. At the same time, the other 2 luminous stones in Yu Hong's hand also shattered. These large pyroxene stones could not stop the entrance of the face. And at that moment, the silver talisman array on the door's back suddenly lit up with a hint of silver light. This higher-order talisman array, which took 2 days to enhance, suddenly erupted with a pure and powerful invisible fluctuation. The fluctuations spread like ripples, instantly covering the entire door and even the surrounding cave walls. As the fluctuations covered the area, the rotting face flashed momentarily, vanishing like an illusion, disappearing from its spot. Everything instantly quietened down. The viewing window's iron grid still remained damaged, but the face from just a moment ago had completely vanished. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Yu Hong, his body stiff, was just then catching his breath in big gulps. He had not been able to control his body at all just now. It was so sudden. The intense oppressive feeling from the attack had startled him, leaving him no time to react or handle it. By the time he snapped back to his senses, prepared to act, everything was over. Not right. There's still a special force, forcibly holding me.
Yu Hong recalait carefully.
Although he was no longer a newcomer to this environment, even if he were scared again, he shouldn't have been completely immobile. But the feeling just now brought him back to the beginning. That feeling of terror. He looked down at his body, on the front of his jacket. A faint black handprint was slowly fading, disappearing. Was it the withered woman? He guessed. Compared to the shadow, the intensity of the attack just now was far too overwhelming. Had it not been for the silver talisman array's intervention, he might have been seized, facing an unforeseen and dangerous threat. He bent down to examine the silver talisman array carefully, noticing that the silver color on the array had faded a bit, Evidently some of its power had been consumed. Tomorrow is the peak period. It looks like I shouldn't go out carelessly anymore. Yu Hong checked the damage to the viewing window, stretched out his hand, ready to reinforce and restore it, but suddenly remembered there was something else on a countdown, so he had to wait. So, he simply pulled over a stool and sat down in front of the door to recover his strength. After a while, when the countdown ended, he began to place his hands on the door, repairing the broken iron wires. The iron wire was quickly repaired, and Yu Hong began to replenish the spent silver talisman array. It took a full 2 hours for the silver talisman array to be restored to its original state, looking almost the same as before. However, internally, Yu Hong had a rough estimate of the potency level of the withered woman evil shadow. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside Jenny's cavern, her complexion was filled with panic, even appearing somewhat frantic. When her wiping efforts failed, she directly tried to grab a knife to cut the flesh off herself. Smack! A stick struck her hand from the side sharply, knocking the knife to the ground. The stick was held by Jenny, her expression icy, with a hint of panic, vigilantly watching her surroundings. Don't do pointless things. You're not dead. There's still hope. Don't give up on yourself. But Mom! Aifu's face was pale, and she looked up, her eyes already puffy from crying. Even old Yu has died. I can't escape. Go into the isolation room. Now! Jenny said sharply. Startled, Aifu still gritted her teeth, quickly went to one wall of the bedroom. She moved aside a piece of bare skin hanging on the wall, revealing a silver metal door beneath. She pushed the metal door sideways, squeezed in, and quickly shut it behind her. From today onward, you can only stay in there, Jenny said sternly, until the handprint completely fades. Did you hear me clearly? I heard you. Aifu's muffled voice came from behind the metal door. Tomorrow is the peak period. I'm going out now to find a solution for you. Jenny put down the stick, picked up a bag of luminous stones, glanced at the wind-up clock, and quickly walked out of the cavern. Chapter 40, Secret 2. The sky was dimming, nearing dusk. In front of the safehouse cave. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks rang out. Jenny stood at the door, holding a knife in one hand and knocking with the other. Yu Hong, got any business to discuss? She said, watching the sky, knowing that it would soon be night, and she needed to hurry. What kind of business? Yu Hong asked from behind the door, separated from her by the door. He hadn't expected Jenny to come over so late, but it was not surprising. It was bound to happen sooner or later. It's about my daughter. It's my fault, and I apologize to you. But everyone is selfish. Everyone wants to survive. I hope you can understand that, Jenny said quickly, her eyes warily watching the other directions outside. Yu Hong, inside the door, snorted at her words, almost infecting him and Dr. Su such a big deal, yet the other party made it sound so casual. He had initially thought Jenny was quite normal, but now it seemed she was just like her daughter. What do you want to say? We have nothing to discuss, he said coldly. I want to buy all your surplus large pyroxene stones with something you can't possibly refuse, Jenny said quickly. The high tide period is approaching, and I don't think there's anything that can make me unable to refuse. Yu Hong remained unmoved. You can at least hear me out, Jenny continued, not at all surprised by Yu Hong's response. She continued on her own. You probably don't know how Aifu and I initially arrived at this place. Baiqiu village is just a rather remote village. Why did our family travel thousands of miles to come here? Yu Hong didn't respond. In this regard, it was indeed a bit strange. My husband used to work as a researcher at the Silver Tower Joint Research Institution, which is not a single place but a collective name for numerous research institution alliances located worldwide. Jenny went on. During his research, he discovered that there are places in the world that are the original sites and sources of the Black Disaster. Baiqiu village was such a place. So he brought us, mother and daughter, here to find the source. He taught Aifu from a young age, and both had a good grasp of the ancient language. They discovered an underground relic near this village. Jenny paused, exhaled. Of course, those are not the most important parts. The most crucial thing is that my husband brought out a kind of liquid metal from within the silver tower. It can be applied like spray paint, and its name is Sunlight Number 1. This liquid metal, in current research, is the only material that can block and isolate the shadows. Jenny sighed. I have a small bottle of this metal, and I can use it to exchange for all your large pyroxene stones.
Sunlight número 1?
Such a thing existed? Yu Hong was half skeptical and remained silent for a moment. Strangely, Jenny didn't urge him. She stood outside the door and continued. You can consider it. Aifu is currently hiding in the Sunlight Number 1 room, temporarily isolated from the evil shadow, but she can't stay inside forever. If she steps out, the evil shadow could latch onto her immediately. So after the high tide period, I'll come again. By then, I hope you have made your decision. With that, Jenny quickly left the doorway, jogging away like an agile leopard through the woods. Soon, she returned to her habitat in the cave. She locked the door, turned the lock, and stood in front of the silver metal door where her daughter was. Jenny squatted down and saw the bag of pyroxene stones placed outside the silver metal door, which had inexplicably turned into white powder. Her expression changed drastically. Aifu, are you still there? She quickly asked loudly. Here, Mom. Aifu quickly responded from inside. According to the attack pattern, the next attack should be in 6 hours. I used the red value detector to judge. The environmental red value will peak at over 200 before the attack. Pyroxene can neutralize the red value as much as possible, reducing the peak, preventing it from appearing for the attack. So what I need to do next is to find as much pyroxene and large pyroxene stones as possible to place near you to neutralize the environmental red value. Jenny said in a deep voice. At this moment, she seemed entirely different from when she was in front of Yu Hong and Dr. Su. She clearly knew much more with no concealment or disguise. I understand. Everything will be okay. It's just that this black mark crazily drives me to want to infect more people. It gives me a feeling that as long as enough people are infected, I can avoid harm. Aifu replied loudly from inside. It's okay just like before. As long as I have what your father left, I will cure you. It's okay, Aifu. Jenny comforted. I believe you, Mom. Aifu responded similarly. Then, Jenny began to prepare food for the two of them while also getting ready for the high tide period. Asterisk. 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 Night slowly descended. Yu Hong stirred the firewood in the fireplace, simmering the thick soup he had just put on. The main door and the silver talisman array were repaired, and now he had to preserve the black mark, preparing for the possible next strengthening. What Jenny had said in the afternoon still echoed in his ears. Ancient language? One of the origins of the Black Disaster.
Sunlight número 1.
These things, these names, cast a mysterious veil on his heart, who had thought Baiqiu village was just an ordinary mountain village. Actually, Yu Hong had always been curious about one thing. Where did the red rune on the surface of the luminous stone come from? It didn't feel like a product of modern technology. And in this modern society with obvious technological prowess, there must be a method to deal with the shadows and the blood tide. What is this method? And now Jenny had given a possible answer. It was very likely to be Sunlight Number 1. Thinking of this, he stood up, went to the corner, and took a stack of newspapers he had moved over from Stammering Yi, flipping through them page by page. Soon his hand paused. He took out one of the newspapers. The newspaper had an article mentioning the Sunlight Number 1 material. Regarding the newly developed special liquid metal, Professor Peng Siwei translated it as Sunlight Number 1. This liquid metal has the property of solidifying upon exposure to light. Its initial discovery was also near several Black Disaster origin sites. The material's production is thought to accompany the generation of the Black Disaster. This thing actually exists.
Yu Hong S face chouette slight surprise.
He then recalled Dr. Su's words, how Jenny and her daughter had previously survived several extremely dangerous high tide periods without harm. Also considering Ifu's distinctive personality, which was at odds with the surroundings. All these suggested that Jenny and her daughter certainly had secrets, and they weren't ordinary ones. From her tone just now, she was very certain that she and her daughter could withstand the high tide period. It might be the effect of sunlight number 1. Thinking of this, Yu Hong felt a slight temptation in his heart. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the doorway. He turned to look at the wooden door. The door trembled slightly as if some huge creature was frantically ramming it from the outside. Bang! 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 The continuous heavy blows resounded without end. Black bugs began rushing in from the ventilation holes like sand. These bugs had black shells, slender and densely packed short legs, and centipede-like grotesque mouthparts. But no matter how fierce, they melted and turned into black smoke, dissipating instantly when they entered the safe house and were exposed to the firelight. With a calm expression, Yu Hong found that the high tide period posed little threat to him now. He only needed to quickly repair the main door after Big Skin departed. During this time, Yu Hong monitored the door's structural changes while continuously drawing ordinary talisman arrays, enhancing them with the black mark. These talisman arrays were all drawn on regular wooden boards, eventually layered together and connected with pre-made wooden pegs to form a single piece. Thus, a large array plate composed of 9 wooden board talisman arrays was successfully completed. The high tide period lasted for 6 full days, during which Yu Hong created 3 such array plates. 2 were made from ordinary talisman arrays, while the last one, the silver core version, was formed by overlaying ordinary talisman arrays around a core silver talisman array. This was done to prepare for the withered woman and the evil shadow that could arrive at any moment. The high tide period finally passed swiftly. At dawn the next day, Yu Hong opened the door to gather some firewood and quickly heard the sound of subtle footsteps approaching. He returned to the stone steps at the cave entrance, looking far into the distance. He saw Jenny and Ifu approaching rapidly from the edge of the forest. After 6 days, Jenny looked more and more haggard, with dark circles and sunken eyes. She had lost a significant amount of weight. Ifu too was not spared. Her once bright golden hair had lost its luster, and she appeared timid and anxious. Yet, regardless of what happened, after 6 days, she was still alive, not taken by the evil shadow, which was unusual in itself. As the two approached, Yu Hong swiftly went back inside, shut the door tightly, and quietly waited for them to arrive. His initial impression of Jenny and her daughter had become blurred, replaced by a special feeling with a tinge of mystery. Very soon, the two stood outside the wooden door, separated from Yu Hong by only a door panel. It's been 6 days. Have you thought it over? Maybe you should test the results. Jenny croaked outside the door. How do I know if what you're saying about sunlight number 1 is true? After all, you don't have anything I need, making our exchange unequal, Yu Hong said coldly. People always want to live, Jenny said. Ifu only wants to survive. Is she wrong? She is not wrong, Yu Hong replied. But that has nothing to do with me. I have no reason to help you. But we have no other options, Jenny said. She reached for a wooden stick, the other end of which was held by her daughter Ifu. The two were connected by this wooden stick. I said, this has nothing to do with me.
Yu Hong repliait calmement.
He had no interest in helping someone like Ifu, who wanted to infect others secretly. You have the ability. This makes it your concern. Jenny raised her voice. I have no obligation to help you, Yu Hong retorted. But we're out of choices, Jenny replied, her eyes growing increasingly deep and dangerous. How am I forcing you? I have no ability to save you, and that counts as forcing you. Yu Hong almost laughed in anger, having only heard of such people before but never expecting to meet them in real life. Faced with the threat of death, many people will do anything to survive. Jenny's eyes grew calm. Behind her, Ifu stepped forward. But if you help us now, we would be very grateful. Jenny continued. I don't need your gratitude, Yu Hong said deeply. Then let's perish together. Jenny laughed. Ifu will sit by your door from now on. If she dies here, the withered woman's black mark will stay at your doorstep. Your safe house cave will be rendered useless, becoming one of the sources where evil shadows breed. The moment you step out, you'll be marked by the evil shadow's black mark.